Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of Shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. Today's story is part 4 of The Fallen Legion, File 1. Summary. Even in total defeat, a true shinobi never stops fighting. The war was lost. Nothing they did or tried was enough to save their world. But even as he fell, Naruto Uzumaki used his final moments to protect the last of his people, and in a final act of gratitude, they saved him. Welcome to The Fallen Legion File 1, a brand new Naruto the 10th High School DxD crossover. Awakening in a strange, modern land of the living, Naruto has to figure out exactly where the hell he is, navigate a hidden world of devils and angels, and find his new purpose. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto and High School DxD. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Havoc-Teir, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to the story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Report 13 Battle Lines. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. It took just under 2 hours to get back from the airport the civilian way. Temari and Shizuka have guided their 2 charges towards the palace swiftly. They have been nursing coffees and pills the entire time, causing worry in both churchgoers, Gabriel asking softly, "Are you both all right?" After muffling her yawn, sipping her coffee again, Temari looked back at the seraphim and supplied, "We're fine, Lady Gabriel. Just been a long few days." "It has?" Gabriel inquires, and both Kunoichi nodded as they approached the palace gate, but said nothing further as the guards stand to attention with Temari asking them, "Is Lady Yasaka available?" "Yes, ma'am. Lady Yasaka should be in her office." "You're cleared in, ma'am." Nodding, Temari moved in and started guiding them towards Yasaka's office. Again, Gabriel and her charge followed silently, but both were staring at everything around them. The pottery to the paintings, there was plenty of things to see and neither wanted to miss out. Though, as they moved through the palace, Gabriel noticed that the guards and staff either stiffened or stepped aside when they spotted her escorts. Did something happen to earn such a reaction? As they approached the office, one of the guards knocked on the door before they got there, and so when they arrived, Tialara was already awaiting them. Temari went to speak, but the Tengu took one look over the group and waved them straight in. Good, saves time. Entering the office, Yasaka looked up and was slightly surprised by the guests to her office, without any apparent appointment too. Though the fact that 2 of her Nightwings were present meant that this was likely important. Especially as they had just undergone a major operation last night, and now their leader seems to be sleeping it off. When they came to a stop, Temari led the bows before speaking. "Lady Yasaka, as you can see, we have brought you these unscheduled guests we detected approaching the country." Nodding, Yasaka looked to Gabriel and asked, "Thank you, Temari-san. This is most certainly unusual. I believe we were to discuss our new alliance in the upcoming week, Lady Gabriel, or am I mistaken?" Smiling softly, Gabriel shook her head, then explained, "You are not wrong, Lady Yasaka. Something came up and we have decided that, for the sake of my young charge's safety, we bring her here until we can guarantee hers." They all glanced to the young woman, who blushes under the attention, before refocusing upon the seraphim and nodding. Yasaka probes a bit. "Is your charge's life in danger? From who exactly? Lastly, will you be staying to protect her?" With a regretful head shake, Gabriel replied softly, "Serial and I stumbled upon little Asia here, being a target of a devil that had planned to have her excommunicated. According to my sister, she was not the first nor the last he was targeting, and so, until we find out how he knew such details as to plan for such, Serial suggested she stay here among the Twilight Alliance." The others of the still rather new and untested alliance shared looks of concern, as this was another indication that the devils are up to no good again. Yasaka was the one to voice things. I see why you would come here and am grateful that heaven is embracing the alliance in this affair. However, it will be for naught if the church has informants for our enemies. My sister is handling that as we speak. Gabriel comments rather boldly, cutting off the leader of Kyoto. Seeing her share a glance with her escorts briefly, she continued. Serial has taken custody of the young devil in order to locate these unfaithful and bring them to justice. We shall then confront the Satans for answers as to how this was allowed, despite our previous agreements. Previous agreements? Temari asks, unaware of this information, but it was Yasaka who explained. The infamous ceasefire agreement between the three biblical powers. Were you not told of it? Thinking on it, Temari tried to recall anything regarding a ceasefire, but only really remembering bits and pieces, not surprising considering she's been up for 30-odd hours at this point. Mumbling to herself before she offered up. Vaguely, I guess I should speak to Kosan when I get back. Can you take little Asia with you? Gabriel offered, looking to her fellow blonde. Both Nightwings tense with eyes hardening with Shizuka replying. That is something you would have to ask our leader. It is not something we do lightly, even with our Yukai allies. Blinking olishly, Gabriel asked. But we allowed the removal of memories so that you would allow our members medical treatment and emergency protection. Temari nodded, but retorted swiftly. This is either a medical emergency or protection order, Lady Gabriel. What if it was made as a request from myself, Temari-san? Yasaka says, drawing eyes to her form, and the former wind mistress of Suna sighed while nodding, Temari replying. I would still need to ask for permission, but I would be obligated to provide her with protection until such is either gained or denied. Sighing herself, Yasaka rubbed her brow at the stubbornness and reluctance of the Nightwings about the location of their home remaining unknown. Sure, she understands that they do not trust easily and are hyper-protective regarding their home, seeing as they had lost their original ones, but this is a bit much? Surely you can overlook things this time? Gabriel argued back, looking between both these children before her. She and a few of her fellows have come to the agreement that these reincarnated fallen are to be considered long-lost nieces and nephews according to Raphael and Uriel. Long-lost grand cousins in her and Michael's case. Yet neither Kunoichi would budge, with Shizuka replying this time. He is a man of his word, Lady Gabriel. As his subordinates, we wish to uphold his wishes, and unless he gives his permission, we will not budge on this. A few moments of silence before Yasaka takes a breath before asking, May I have your phone? Holding out a hand towards Temari, who instantly grew tense and nervous. However, Yasaka's raised brow pushed her to concede and pulled out her Nightwing-issued device, placing it in the outstretched hand. The next moment the number was called, and it rang longer than normal before a very grouchy voice. What is it? It's me. Yasaka snipped, and the response came back almost instantly. What do you want, Yasaka? I was sleeping. Taking a breath, reminding herself that they had literally just spent the last few days clearing out the traitors from her faction, Yasaka replied gently. I have an urgent request for protection from the Heaven faction. He sighed hard, mumbling incoherently for several seconds, then yawned and shuffled around. After a few moments, Naruto spoke somewhat more aware now. Protection request from the Heaven faction? I take it that it is related to the signal in your office right now. The only ones surprised were Gabriel and Asia, the latter as she can't sense him and yet he can sense her. Yasaka placed the device down and activated the speaker before replying. Yes. This is Lady Gabriel. I have put you on speakerphone. Why would you do that? Naruto moaned, but Gabriel asked. Cadre-san, I am aware that you are tired and sleepy, but I must implore that you take young Asia into your care and protection. Aside before Naruto replied. Why would we do that? Surely the Yukai can. We are still in the process of reorganizing our forces after your security sweep. Yasaka informed, and he fell silent for some moments. Then there was a groan and whine, but from a female voice who could be heard saying, Stop being such an ass and disturbing my sleep. But just do it already. I'm trying to sleep. Temari smirked at that save from Ino. Of course she would want to spend as much time with her idiot. Just as she wants to get back to her lazy ass and sleep too. Shizuka maintained her blank face to hide her jealousy. Oh, how she would love to replace Ino in this instance. She can picture his sleepy face right now and cuddling up to him. Asia gasped at the thought of sharing a bed with someone who wasn't your spouse or before being married beneath God. Gabriel had suspected something like this, and hopes that the children are not too far gone down this path. They may be fallen, but they are still her father's grandchildren. Yasaka's thoughts were all over the place at first, but she too suspected this was the case, yet it didn't help getting confirmation. Though, maybe she could get in on the action during her next cycle. That is for later, as Naruto spoke again. Temari, Shizuka. Bring the protection target, normal containment measures. Yes, sir. Both Kunoichi report promptly. Naruto continued. We will talk later, as right now I'm going back to sleep. The line died immediately, providing no chance to counter or objection to his words. Sighing, Yasaka looked from the device to the Nightwings, then to her guests, and spoke. There you have it. I know he is grouchy when sleep-deprived, but he is well aware of the situation and is not as dismissive as he seems, I assure you. Carefully, Gabriel nodded, and hope filled her gaze as she spoke. Are you sure? If this was an attack, he'd be more amenable. Shizuka answered carefully, but Temari offered a second opinion. Or if we promise ramen. Ramen? That was mentioned before. Yasaka commented casually, earning both Kunoichi stiffening. They knew better than to confirm anything about their leader's information. Seeing this, the QB made a mental note to confirm it later, but moved on and looked to Gabriel's form and spoke. There you have it. Your charge will be protected by the Alliance and directly by the Nightwings at their secret headquarters. Nodding, Gabriel asked hesitantly. I can assume that I am not allowed to know where? As expected, Yasaka shook her head and explained. They are rather insistent that it remain a closely guarded secret. A security measure. Temari insisted sharply, eyes as solid as steel and offering no apologies for their decision to keep it that way and her in the dark. Nodding in acceptance, Gabriel then looked to Asia and explained. You will be safe with them, young Asia. Trust me, okay? With a swift inclination of her head, Asia replied. I understand, Lady Gabriel. Blinking olishly, Temari and Shizuka share a look, having not understood the words but knowing the intent behind them. A confusing state to be in. The Seraphim continued. Please introduce yourself. Gesturing toward the two ladies and not one to be rude, Asia steps clear of her protector towards the Kunoichi before doing so. How do you do? My name is Asia Argento. Sister of the Church. She bows and missed the bout of confusion crossing the two Kunoichi. Gabriel didn't and asked carefully. Do you understand her? We don't. Temari replied curtly, furrowed brows twitching in confusion. Gabriel was surprised, but Shizuka added. Though we know what she intends to do. So, we can assume her name is Asia Argento, yes? Nodding, Gabriel informed. Yes, however, this is most interesting. Angels are able to understand all human languages at birth. It seems that ability hasn't transferred completely to you as reincarnated fallen. So it would seem. Temari sighed, this might be a little confusing. Shizuka approached the shorter girl and asked. My name is Shizuka. Can you understand me? The innocent confusion on Asia's face was heartbreaking, but caused Gabriel to say. This might become. But was cut off by Temari asking. You said all angels, right? Pure or fallen? Gabriel nodded, and so both Kunoichi share a look before nodding, turning back to Gabriel with Temari informing. Then we'll be fine. We have a pair of non-Nightwings staying with us for various reasons. We will task them to act as her guides. Gabriel was quick to ask. You do? Are they safe? The single set is harmless and the six-winged is on her best behavior. Temari assured confidently. Yasaka was quick to add. I can confirm that, Lady Gabriel. Rest assured, they have everything in hand. Though, admittedly, the language barrier is an interesting development, I doubt it will prove much of a problem. As Temari and Shizuka lead their guests back outside, Temari turns to the Seraphim before asking, "How long will Asia-san be with us, Lady Gabriel?" Thinking on that for a moment, Gabriel idly noticed the spreading of both children's black wings and the surprise on Asia's face before answering. "About 2 weeks, at the most." Nodding their acceptance of the time frame, Temari looks to the nun and asks, "Please step forward, Asia-san," with a hand beckoning her over. Asia looks to Gabriel, who translates. "She wants you to head over. Do not fret, they may look like our fallen cousins, but they are not. Trust in me as I trust in them." Nodding at these words, Asia stepped forward and Temari took her into her arms firmly before looking to Gabriel and announced, "She will be safe." Smiling and nodded, the female seraphim witnessed them vanishing in a twister of wind with black feathers within and Shizuka in a twister of water. It was a surprise as she had thought they would fly home. Guess she should have expected this. Grigori Headquarters, Training Dimension. Dropping on the soft grass, one white dragon emperor known by most as Valet pants and wheezes as he was covered in scorch marks, cuts, and bruises. After a few moments he glances around, his blue eyes sharp over the meadow before landing on the mountains off to the side. There was a large scorch mark running down across the rock face, clear signs of a high-powered lightning strike that had carved it in and blew parts of the cliff off. The whole thing was visible from the distance, so it must be at least 100 meters long, 20 wide. Regaining his stamina and breath again, the white-haired, blue-eyed teen sat up and asked his trainer, "Azazel, who created that lightning strike?" Jerking a thumb in the general direction of said scar on the mountain. Azazel looks from his young charge then up to the scarred landscape and informed easily, lying brazenly, "I thought I told you about that. Bearkeel was trying to up his lightning's speed and power. It got away from him." Shrugging at that last bit in a feigned nonchalance, getting a hum from the boy, who finally got back to his feet. Valados suspected something else and thus voiced it. "Then, those rumors about a fallen angel creating storms in Japan?" "Yeah, heard about that too," Azazel replied smoothly, sighing for effect and hoping to deflect this discreetly, he added, "Think lightning magic is in your future? To call upon storms that make Bearkeel look like a spark plug?" Valet paused for a moment to consider that before shaking his head and mind of such a notion, replying instead with, "Nah, my sacred gear is the strongest Longinus. I plan on proving that and besting this generation's Red Dragon Emperor climbing to the top. I don't need magic, I just need to get stronger." Shaking his head in disappointment, Azazel honestly hopes this kid never challenges any of his Nightwings. They don't care about anything but ending threats. If Valet becomes such, they will end him before he could enter Balance Breaker. No two ways about it. He doesn't let his thoughts show, and instead replied, Yeah, heard that enough. You ready for the next round?" Calling upon his dragon wings and gauntlet, Valet grins as he lifts off and declared, "Bring it, old man." Sighing again, Azazel wonders how things are back in Kyoto. Underworld. A week later. With so many things going wrong over the past few weeks, Surzex was forced to call an emergency meeting of the council. Thus here he was, sitting alongside his fellow Satans, and the most worrying thing was, Falbium was attentive and alert. Never a good sign, many would later comment at one point or another. Clearing his throat drew all eyes to the leader of the Satans, Surzex commenting after getting everyone's attention. "I have put this on hold long enough. Now that we have more context and more than a few meaningful points to discuss, I have called this meeting to order." Getting nods from the gathered audience, he continues. "Now, what most of you are curious about. The Tokyo incident." Everyone locked in on his frame, and Surzex nodded before explaining. "I can confirm the final tally is 224 casualties with a further 72 suspected killed via an unknown lightning strike like magic." Murmurs broke out, and upon seeing more than a few people about to object, the red-haired Satan continued. "However, that prevent him from losing control," Surzex explained. "We only have a general understanding of who is responsible. No name has yet to be confirmed, but we are reasonably sure that the woman responsible is an 8-winged fallen." Outraged yells and shouts followed, as suspected, but they'd never get through this if they act like children every time something like this was mentioned. Thankfully, Falbium cleared his throat loud enough to capture the room's eyes, and when he rose a hand, they fell silent. After a moment, he spoke. That isn't all. Whoever she is, one thing we know is that she belongs to one of the new legions the fallen angels have implemented among its ranks. Unsurprisingly, Zikram Baal was the one to stand and order. Legions? What kind of foolishness? We were getting to that, Elder. Surzux reports with a sigh, enough with these damn outbursts. When the head of the Baal clan sat back down, Falbium continued. We do not have the details, but we can liken them to our houses. Groups have fallen under the same banner while remaining under the larger Grigori umbrella. Seeing understanding nods from the crowd, the Satan of military affairs sits taller and announces. Unfortunately, our spies have been routed out, and so more details are unlikely to filter to us. Thankfully, however, we have managed to get the names of the top 5 strongest of these legions. Everyone sat straightened up, paying rapt attention as Falbium reads off the list. The 15th Legion, the War Sparrows, numbering 250. The 11th Legion, the Mad Magpies, numbering 20. The 7th Legion, Crossed Kestrels, numbering 310. Glancing around, he noticed a few were making notes, and so waited for them to finish up before finishing up with the last 2. Falbium announced. The strongest 2, however, due to the security the Grigori had introduced, means that our information is even more limited. But the second strongest is called the 2nd Legion, the Dark Doves. No numbers could be located. Their strongest, however, the 1st Legion, the Night Wings. The silence was soft and loaded with actual note-taking instead of the usual screaming and yelling. It was broken by Surzux, who stated firmly. We are also aware of a group of elite guardsmen that are directly under the control of Azazel himself. The perpetrator of that lightning strike was a member of said elite guard. So Azazel ordered that strike? Lord Agars asked, only to get negative head shakes from Surzux and Falbium, the former replying. Not directly, nor is it that simple. That attack was launched in self-defense, allegedly. Preposterous! According to Azazel. Falbium began, drawing eyes to him as he explained. The elite team was attacked previously and had been wounded by the Phoenix's 3rd son. After subduing him and being faced with a swarm of our people approaching, they felt threatened and thus lashed out first. It does not change the fact. Zikram declared bluntly, eyes narrowed as he continued. They attacked and killed nearly 100 of ours, and injured many more. I assume that they will hand over this elite guard of theirs. She must pay for this crime against us. Surzux answered this firmly, reporting clearly as to not be misheard. Azazel himself stated firmly that he will not be handing her over. He believes in his guard and the judgment to not trust our forces to let them leave unharmed. And you allowed such disrespect, boy? Zikram responded through his clenched jaw. Surzux met his ancestor's gaze head-on and returned. Considering he had 2 of said guard with him, at that same power of 8 wings, and had just handed over the Phoenix boy. Add the fact that we are in no shape for another war. Falbium confirmed after his friend had finished. Before they could argue further, Seraphal hoped to distract away from thoughts of war again by stating, We have other things to cover. Drawing attention to herself as she moved on swiftly. As of a week ago, we have lost all our contacts within the Western Yukai faction. Sharp inhales and hardened faces as Seraphal added. Last word we got from them indicated that one of our informants within the council had been discovered and detained by a new counselor. No identification on them or their clan, however, shortly afterwards our entire network went dark. Were they discovered? It is highly likely, yes. Seraphal confirms with a nod, allowing Surzux to take over. This leads us nicely onto the next point of concern. What could possibly be more important than our knowledge on our foes? Zikram asked, enraged at the fact they were so easily distracted from the fact that their contacts and informants were likely in enemy hands. If they talk, who knows what they may spill? He continued. We should immediately dispatch a force to recover them. That would be a terrible mistake due to what I was about to cover. Surzex hissed, and even the old Baal fell silent. Clearing his throat, leaning forward on his knees, he continued. We have also been alerted to a new alliance formed between the Grigori, Heaven, and the Western Yukai factions. That caused a collective audible gasp from the room at large. The four Satans all nodded in agreement with Lord Phoenix asking for the room. Can you run that by me again? The Twilight Accords, Falbium informed casually, drawing eyes to his tall frame and giving him the floor to explain further. Again, we have very little information due to our spies being caught before they could dig into it, but from what we know, the three factions have a non-aggression pact in place and signed off. Seraphal took over for her old friend and continuing smoothly. Due to the Western Yokai's presence within this treaty, we can safely assume that it is hosted in Kyoto. This fact is corroborated by the fact we know two Seraphim had been there recently, presumably to sign on to this accord. What is the goal of this alliance? Zekrom demanded to know, but again, no answers, causing him to growl lowly and his mind to run through the possibility of how to best utilize this information. Eventually, Ajuka spoke. This also leads credence to the news we have received regarding the heir of the Astaroth house. All eyes looked to Lord Astaroth, who had remained suspiciously quiet this entire time. The green-haired Satan sighed softly before explaining. I have been informed that he has been taken into custody by the Heavens, due to crimes committed against them and the Church. Scoffing, Lord Glaciolabilas retorted. What right do they have to claim that crimes were committed against them? What could they possibly have? His entire peerage is filled with former nuns. Ajuka informs, cutting off the head of his friend's clan, and caused a strange silence to descend upon the room. An unease soon filled it, and was broken by Lord Phoenix. Surely, that is a coincidence? They couldn't possibly. They claim to have caught him in their territory, attempting to corrupt another young nun. Seraphal spoke flatly, killing the rebuttal on arrival. Falbium then offered. Due to that, we have launched an investigation into the Astaroth house as now. Heaven's involvement in this Twilight Alliance makes far more sense. If they indeed have genuine evidence and grievances against us, Ajuka mentions with a tired sigh, before looking over the room sternly and saying, then we may have more than a bit of a problem. Our perceived hostile attitude and actions against the fallen, thanks to the actions of the Phoenix, and this incident with Heaven due to the Astaroth. He trailed off as it was now clear that this alliance might actually be a unifying force against them. The Yukai aside, if the fallen and their pure counterparts end up putting their differences aside, it poses a serious threat to them. Sure, they outnumber both of them, even united, but they will take significant losses and this new elite forces of the fallen. They might be able to counter their Satans if they have any stronger members. Somewhere in Japan, two cadres find themselves sneezing in unison. Clearing her throat, the Satan of diplomatic relations captured the room's attention once more. Seraphal then informed. With this all now revealed to you all, we must stand united and commit ourselves to stand together. I, myself, will be heading to Kyoto directly after this to speak with Lady Yasaka directly to discuss our relations moving forward. None moved to contradict her, so she continued. After which, I shall be heading to find the Eastern Yukai faction in hopes of balancing out their influence over the region, in hopes of limiting their gathering of strength and influence. Relaxation seemed to spark in eyes across the room and nods of agreement, allowing Seraphal a chance to speak on. If possible or required, we will make contact with them and offer them aid moving forward, but discreetly. Not only that. Falbium spoke now, all eyes shifting to him as he added. Rein in your house members and try avoid provoking either Grigori or Heaven for the meantime. We are working on a solution to this alliance, but we need to make sure that we do not give them more reasons to unite further. Many grumbled about that, but there were agreements from across the chamber, as it seems their Satans had things in hand and plans in place. Ajuka added. I will be handling the Heaven faction and the soon-to-be-offered joint investigation into the wrongdoing of the heir of the Astaroth. If he is indeed responsible for breaking rules and the like, we shall have to distance ourselves from him. It was clear he found it hard to swallow, let alone announce, but their choices were limited. More than a few eyes returned to the heir's father, who had a stony face at current. Surzex then stated, "We must remain strong and united. Show that even as our enemies gather the blood, sweat, and tears we have shed together for this peace we have now is not so easily lost. That we as a faction must be taken seriously. That we seek peace and that will never change. Even if we have to prepare for war." Getting nods from those all around, Zakram raising a brow in surprise, but remaining seated while thinking about his own plans. He needs to find one of these elite guards and capture them. No doubt, they will have a treasure trove of vital information for him to use. "We will be keeping our business as usual stance while we proceed," Surzex informed, and everyone nodded, so he presses. "Please remind your houses to be on their best behavior when traversing the human world and avoid unnecessary conflict. Drawing too much attention might provoke a more dangerous response. We have yet to find those kidnappers or anything in regards to their identities." Many nodded to that. It was a wise course of action. Smiling confidently, Surzex nods before declaring, "Then, this meeting is dismissed." Grigori Territory, Paula's bar. Kalawarna was sitting in her normal corner booth, nursing her drink while awaiting her friend's arrival. As she takes another sip, she idly listens to the chatter of the crowd, with the bulk of the conversations were about the new legions being rolled out. Just another attempt by their leader to foster a new sense of kinship, no less, and thus Kalawarna was not fooled, and thus hasn't looked into it. A cursory glance showed most of those in the room all had armbands with various numbers, which she was guessing were the legion they belonged to. Going off that logic, the single-set woman can tell that the two biggest present were the ones with the 17th and 32nd legions. They seemed far too confident, borderline arrogant about their respective groups, but it seemed friendlier. Kalawarna was broken from her thoughts as her company arrived, again, with an extra who wore a fedora. Sighing, she asks, "Don't you ever meet me alone, Rainier?" Chuckling, the middle-aged-looking Danasik placed his hat on the table's edge and replied smoothly, or attempted to at least. "Oh, come now, Kalawarna. Are we not friends?" "Nowhere near drunk enough to consider answering that seriously," Kalawarna replied, playing with a bunch of her long dark blue hair absent-mindedly. The man chuckled with a grin as he lifts his drink to his lips while Rainier finished swallowing her own and then saying, "Well, figured we could discuss things together and Danasik here has the most information." She shrugged casually, swirling her drink while staring at her friend who rose a brow. Kalawarna then asked, "What things?" Rising her own brows in a brief bout of confusion, Rainier replied as if it were obvious. "About the legions, obviously." Kalawarna scoffed before downing the last of her drink, signaling another before looking back at her friend and saying, "You mean the latest attempt of the bigwigs to keep us in line?" "Yeah, no thanks." Rainier shares a look with Danasik, before both look to the blue-haired fellow of theirs, with the latter stating, "The Legion system is supposedly based off of the Nightwings, you know?" That caught Kalawarna's attention, causing her yellow eyes to stare dead into the man's dark blue for several moments before she orders, "Explain, now?" Grinning, Danasik wagged a finger at her as if a parent to a child and replied, "Ah, information like this isn't free. What do I get out of this?" Frowning, Kalawarna ponders her options here while her drink is replaced, and she absent-mindedly handed over a larger-than-average tip without looking. As she takes up the fresh cup, the woman asks, despite knowing what the slime ball will likely want in return, "What do you want?" Taking his time to lord over the control he has over his opponent, Danasik swirls his whiskey for a few moments before sipping it, and was interrupted by Rainier. "Stop being an ass and help her." Her glare forced him to speak. "I heard some six-wingers discuss it. Apparently, Azazel got the idea from the Nightwings, as they apparently operate the same way. Two cadres, one being leader, second being secondary. 8 wings acting as commanders. For their 4 separate units, where the rest all fall under. The commanders also have control over bases away from the main headquarters." Thinking on that for a while, sipping her drink idly, Kalawarna realizes that all she has to do then is make contact with one of these commanders. Wait, if they are all 8 wings then maybe. Looking to her friend now, she asks. Wait, that incident in Tokyo? Was that? Supposedly. Rainer confirms with a nod, speaking into her raised glass then sipping before finishing. But if that chick was a night wing, that most suspect, her base might be nearby or at least somewhere in Japan. Which means the night wings are likely stationed in the Japan sector, seeing as Cadre Hara was reassigned, right? Calawarna offered back and the other two share a look before nodding along with that logic, looking back to the Bluinet. Danasik asks. So what? You trying to join them then? The First Legion of the Grigori, the Night Wings. Yet it was Rainier who responded. She's worked with them in the past, you know? Surprised, Danasik looked between them both and upon Calawarna's nod, he asked her. When? What kind of numbers are we talking about? Shrugging, the yellow-eyed babe responded airily. No clue, apparently anyone who works with them loses their memories of them. Yes. I checked. There are a few others who have similar experiences as my own. Most believe they dreamt it, others have blank spaces and not recalling it at all. Fascinating. Danasik murmured before finishing his own drink. Once his throat was clear, he added. Explains why they have been unknowns until recently. Both ladies nod, having come to that same conclusion themselves with Rainier offering. If we want to join them then we have to find a way to get to Japan legally and find them, right? Not as easy as it sounds. Calawarna points out and her fellows nod. Ever since the Legion system has been announced, a lot of the cadres have been more proactive in protecting their own and guarding their borders. None more than the top 10 legions, who seemed almost entirely led by the desirable cadres and considered the pinnacle of positions. This naturally has the likes of Cadre Artur's 5th White-Tailed Legion, Cadre Mikhail's 7th Kraz Kestrel's Legion. Then there are the honored ones, the likes of the 2nd Dark Dove Legion of Cadre Katerina and the 1st Nightwing Legion of the still unknown cadre she has a photograph of. All have strict codes of conduct and entry requirements, thus considered the best of the best. All but the 1st Legion. None know their entry requirements, or where they are based exactly, until obviously now. Looking down at her near-empty glass, Calawarna asks, So, any ideas on how exactly we go about finding and getting into the Japanese sector? With single sets, we can't justify trespassing through the airspace of the surrounding legions, let alone going through Devil territory. It took a few minutes before Rainier offered the table. Middle mentioned that a few from her 9th Legion had to evacuate some assets from a place called Fukuoka. Apparently it's no longer under Cadre Maria's 9th Twinkle Sparrow Legion's control. Frowning, Danasik asks, Where is that? Southern Japan. Rainier informed and so Calawarna asks, Do you think she could sneak us through? Under the guise of possibly joining? Danasik adds, looking to Rainier, who looks back at him with a brow arched while asking, What? You looking to join the 1st Legion too? Shrugging, he replied easily enough. Who wouldn't want to join the ranks of the legends themselves? Just working with them is a guarantee of greatness. Joining them would make us the envy of the others. That's what I'm looking for, and I would consider us even if we make it. Again, the two women share a look and couldn't fault him for thinking that way. Though their motivations were different. Calawarna has been stuck and hung up on this mystery cadre for whatever reason. Raina thinks said cadre would be a good lay. Sendai Abikuma River somewhere. It's a simple matter. Why is Futaki being so stuck up with this all? Don't ask me. Think he's trying to stick it to Tao. Get him killed by the Fallen. They may have withdrawn to the eastern sector, but they are still around. Shit, he's going to get the rest of us killed too. That's why me and Hanadate, Tanak and Uno are planning on pooling together to get to the second team. You know where they are? A snort before a scan around the area, feeling as if someone was watching them, but seeing nothing the voice lowers. In the morning, 2 days from now they are supposed to arrive at Uriage port. But they'll jump straight to the fishing port. The second figure hummed before too glancing around and seeing nothing, he whispered lowly. The Yukai there can keep their mouths shut, right? A low menacing chuckle from the first figure, a grin of bloodlust as he whispered. Oh, you know what they say about dead men, right? I see. In that case, I'll grab my partner and we can group up in Hondo, you know, at that in Notori place? Yeah, I know it. Grab Hanadate, Tanak and Uno. Actually, no. Leave Tanak, he's useless and deadweight. There was a bit of hesitation before a sigh, then muttering of, Fine, if you say so. Thought the extra body would be useful. His gear may be useless, but... Relax, we'll just report him as KIA and he'll die honored as a true hero. None would be much the wiser. Another glance around the abandoned, silent corner by the river before the return came. Whatever, I gotta go get my team ready. See you in Hondo. Yes, see ya. The two hooded figures dispersed silently, and when they reached the road, they seamlessly melded into the regular populace, both unaware of their tales as just within the river's waters, a pair of hard brown eyes had watched them and read their lips. Their owner slowly emerged from the water and was seemingly perfectly dry, the liquid too afraid to cling to them. She too soon ran into the shadows of the building, a second copy of her following after the other target, yet both think the same thing. Man, these heroes are ruthless, even to their own. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Dining Pavilion. Another day in the hidden shrine village is underway. Despite the day already reaching its zenith, its residents were still running around as if rush hour. All 4 training grounds were in use, the smell of freshly baked goodies flowed on the wind, and the fields were being tended to. If one didn't know any better, this was a hidden paradise that was hidden away from the world. At least, that is what Asia Argento thought at current. She was currently helping the man known as Choji prepare a fresh batch of bread in his stone oven. Admittedly, when she came here a week ago, she was nervous. After all, these people were all angels who had fallen from God's light and turned their backs on his teachings. The very teaching she lives by. However, it was as Lady Gabriel had said. They are not like the fallen angels she had been warned about. In fact, the way Ishiwari had explained it, there was only one true, fallen, angel here, and her name is Tagaki. Color Asia surprised when Ishiwari had explained that she was not born in heaven, but between a union of two who had. She was fallen by association. Now, as she slowly and carefully pulls out the fresh bread, being guided by the large man, Asia watches in pride as the loaf she had stirred and kneaded herself sat firmly alongside the others. Not only that, the beaming smiles from the younger children who come over and take a slice with their food filled the young nun with happiness. Looking to her teacher, Choji gave her a thumbs up and beaming smile, and she could barely contain her happiness. There has been many challenges in regards to communication with them, but never a serious misunderstanding and just slight confusion. Choji shoos her off, no doubt wanting her to join the others out in the sun for lunch. Asia bows her head and takes her portion before joining the others, with an award-winning smile. Approaching the many tables, everyone with smiles and faces that showed the hard work already achieved this day, Asia scans over the many options available to her. Many waved at her, offering her a place, but a particular duo caught her eye. Well, more like a trio. One of them spotted her and waved her over. Beaming, Asia heads over, and as she reached them, the older of the two greeted her. Hello there, Asia. That successfully stunned the young nun, freezing her like a statue, much to the clear amusement of the speaker and those around them. Again, they spoke in very stiff Italian. What is wrong? Do you not understand? Snapping out of her shock, Asia beamed as she took the opposite side of the woman before replying. No. I was just surprised. I thought only Ishiwari and Tagaki could speak Italian, Miss Kurinai. Kurinai nodded in understanding, glancing to her side where Cheyenne sat with baby Mirai in arm, allowing her a few minutes to eat with everyone else. After the visual check, unneeded but overbearing mother is always going to check, she looks back at the young woman and replied. I learnt. I have free time a lot raising daughter. Nodding in understanding, Asia knew that everyone had a role to play in this small village. Tending to the fields, training, baking, they have doctors doing research and construction work, but Miss Kurinai hasn't. Everyone had told her to focus on her daughter, and many give her help on occasion. Truly, this is a blessed place. Kurenai asks her further. How are you? Smiling, having finished saying grace, Asia pulled apart her bread before replying. Good, Miss Kurenai. I am happy Lady Gabriel brought me here. I have learned to cook really good bread, learned about a lot of plants, and... Her smile became blinding as she announced. I made friends. Nodding with joy, like only a mother could, Kurenai smiled softly and said, Well done. I am happy for you. That just topped Asia's day. It was already a great day thanks to Mr. Choji showing her how to, and allowed her to make her own bread, but now she's made her new older sister-like figure happy in how she is happy about making friends. Her blush grew atomic in levels she didn't know existed, but for Kurenai, it was a familiar sight on a slowly becoming familiar face. A blast from the past that seemed so distant now. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Carrying the latest financial reports, Samui knocked on the door to Naruto's office and waited for a full minute before entering. Peeking in, she found the room beyond empty. Stepping inside, she immediately noticed two things: completed scrolls in the outbasket. The second being the secret door was slightly ajar. Closing the door behind her, Samui moves towards the desk and places her reports down neatly, before heading to the side door. Pushing it open, she finds him. Slumped over on his small desk in the corner, surrounded by papers, diagrams and scrolls, was a snoozing Naruto. He was laying on his arms, had a brush grasped loosely in his hand, and pot filled with ink. To Samui, he looked peaceful and at ease. Free from the stress she has routinely seen him under prior. Kneeling down to stare at his face, she noticed his at-rest expression and gentle breathing. Carefully but hesitantly, she brushes apart some of his hair away from his face and finds a smile coming to hers. After a few silent moments of her simply watching him, Samui looked around and saw the mess. Her partner is many things, but never should he be this uncoordinated. Maybe, just this once, to repay the good massage, she can fix this and let him sleep. No doubt, he has been a busybody and not getting enough rest. Perhaps she could talk to him about his own health needs. This many black coffees can't be good for one's health, Samui idly muses, collecting up the dozen or so instant coffee packets from atop the drawer. Well, at least he is showering regularly, putting the damp towel on the rack for dry out. Though, maybe she should look into getting some of this laundry done. His basket is near enough overflowing, packing the loose clothing she collected from around the room into the designated basket. Noticing that the diagrams look important, Samui stacks the similar ones on one side of the table, the random papers of symbols on the other, and the small scrolls stacked neatly atop the drawers, organized by the insignias on their ends. Taking the pot of ink and closing it, she places it beside the scrolls from earlier and smoothly disarms some of the brush, rinsing it off in the sink before placing it with the ink. The large equipment-like scroll she took from its place near his feet and planned on putting it beneath the bed, but finds a wooden box there. Curiosity piqued, Samui takes out the box and finds freshly washed bedding. 2 sets. Poking up above, she sniffed the current set and nodded. It will be replaced. Pulling the old bedding off, folding it into the laundry bin, Samui moved with the precision of a surgeon, the accuracy of a hunter, and the silent grace afforded to her via her profession to replace the bed and pillow coverings. The duvet covers were next, and then the pillows were arranged neatly. A quick once-over and she nodded. It was satisfactorily up to her specifications now. Pushing the wooden box of spare bedding up back under the bed, shifting it towards the headboard. The large scroll finds perching on the other end of the bed. He may relocate it later, but Samui doubts he will complain about her leaving it here. As she gets up, she spots another wooden box beneath the drawers. Thankfully it is labeled towels. Nodding her approval, Samui heads over and checks the drawers themselves. They were rather barren, expected considering the laundry bin's capacity and overflowing state, but still could use a tidying. She really needs to introduce him to a proper and well-designed system to manage this all, prevent such a disaster zone from recurring repeatedly. With all 6 drawers successfully managed under her direction, Samui turns back to the room at large and nods at the new-found cleanliness of it. Though, there should be a window to let some light into here. The place seals are glowing softly, and creating a comforting atmosphere which probably led to her partner falling asleep in such a manner, she mused idly. Parting the other door reveals a bathroom. Taking off her ninja-grade heeled sandals before heading in, Samui takes it upon herself to check and refill the liquid soap, shampoo, and conditioner. Seems they indeed use the same one. Must be to help the supply chain manage by using the most used. Wiping down the mirror after soaking and cleaning the toothbrush, Samui steps back out and immediately spots the window just beyond the snoozing blonde. It seems that the blinds almost perfectly align with the wall, which is why she didn't notice them before, but thanks to this angle, she spotted it now. Before that, Samui decides to go get him something to eat, and then, no, actually. Perhaps get them both something to eat, and then pull the blinds. Sounds like a good plan. A quick trip to the dining pavilion, taking only 10 minutes in total, Samui unseals the food before heading back into the side room to find nothing had changed. After placing lunch on the table, preparing 2 teas, and leaving her shinobi sandals aside, she opens the blackout blinds, then parts the window. The light change and soft warm breeze seem to rouse the sleeping Kage, but no doubt the food helped too. Jerking up, Naruto was steadied by her soft hands on his shoulder, drawing his eyes to her, unknowingly softly smiling face causing him to mutter. "Sam-chan. You fell asleep." Samui replied softly as she let him go and allowed him to stretch out. Yawning, Naruto nodded and replied, "I see. Sorry about that, must have come here for. You work too much," she stated, taking the seat opposite him, drawing his gaze once more, and suddenly he takes note of the steaming bowl of miso ramen set before him. His stomach growled and he blushed. Nodding, Samui added, "Expected as such. Choji-san prepared you 5 bowls and 2 for me." Blinking olishly, Naruto nodded slowly as he finally began to wake up fully, brain booting up completely, and soon reached for the chopsticks atop his own bowl, but froze. Looking around at his room, something felt different. "Wait, where are? Your scrolls are on the drawers behind me," Samui informed, snapping her chopsticks, drawing his eyes to her, then to the drawers behind her, and surely enough, there they were. She then informed, "Your ink is there too, sealed and safe. The paper sheets are opposite them and the large scroll beneath the bed." Looking directly at him at the last part of the explanation. Sighing with relief, Naruto nodded and smiled. "Thank you, Sam-chan. You didn't have to. Can I get another massage? I have the oils and towels prepared," Samui asked while pointing to the bedside table where said oils were, and the towel already spread on the new bedding. Chuckling softly, Naruto nodded and replied with a smile, "Yeah, I can do that." Breaking his chopsticks, and she nodded, idly wondering if she can get him to stick to a schedule that works for her. They say their thanks for the food and dig in, though Samui was wondering if every other day was too much. Perhaps, officially taking the financial role would be beneficial, and she could get away with visiting so often. That way, she can maintain a presence here and naturally the others will take note of it. Obviously, it also means that he will be unable to not think of her, and her place will be secured at his side. She also will be included in on important meetings too. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Yasaka looks between the 2 children and a tall woman before her with a raised brow, wondering if she was actually hearing these words properly, and was not under some kind of illusion. Closing her eyes and taking a breath, she asks again to be sure. "Ni correct? Are you telling me that your clan head wishes for our aid in your ongoing conflict?" Both the teens before her nod, the red-haired, blue-eyedly speaking first. "Hi, Yasaka-sama. Magari-sama told us to seek aid from the new alliance." Ni finishes, her red eyes locked firmly on the golden ones of the kitsune, her brown-tinted blue ears flicked slightly within her light blue hair currently held in a short ponytail braid down her back, much like her sister's. The kitsune rose a brow. Seems that even the Eastern Yukai had spies that managed to get word out before they were all cleared out. Perhaps she should talk with Naruto about recovering said spies and return them, as a gesture of good faith. Thinking on that, she still hasn't gotten that list yet. Something for later, as she nodded before looking to the third guest, Yasaka asks, And you miss Black Bear? Stepping forward and clear of the two Nikomata, the woman placed a hand on her heart and bowed at the waist respectfully before announcing, Lady Yasaka, my name is Aoi Chika of the Ki tribe of Honshu. I have been sent here to ask for permission to join your growing alliance. Nodding, Yasaka asks, For what reason, may I ask? The tribes of Honshu have long since rebuffed our previous attempts to find common ground and our diplomatic overtures. Why now? Nodding to the truth of such words, the 6-footish well-toned bearkin by the name of Aoi replied smoothly. We have been having some trouble with our numbers in the last few decades, or rather the lack of viability among those born. A serious problem, no matter how you cut it. This likely means that they lack the ability to protect themselves much longer and now seek her help and protection so they may focus on internal matters, Yasaka muses. She takes in her features further as she contemplates things. Surely having the powerful Ki tribe among them would only strengthen the Western faction. That being said, this Aoi Chika seems slightly bustier than herself and clearly had wide child-rearing hips. Her stance shows that she is a fighter, the bow staff on her back making that fact clearer. Her black hair was pulled back into a low ponytail to keep it clear from her round face and out of her black eyes that seemed to radiate nothing but confidence in her ability. With that all in mind, Yasaka nodded to her and replied, I suspect you would want to re-establish your clan ground here, yes? So you are accepting us? Aoi presses, to which Yasaka nods stiffly, adding softly, I am not a monster that turns away from those in duress, Aoi Chika. However, I do have concerns about how you will transport your people and where they will stay. After all, the logistics of things are the most important aspect of such a project. Surprisingly, all three nodded to that in full agreement, and so Aoi replied, a lot less intense than before. You are right, of course. My people are simple folk. We only need land and simple shelter to begin with. Then we can construct more permanent housing in short order. Understanding that already, Yasaka presses. What kind of land do you require and how much of it? You still haven't given me numbers. Sighing lightly, Aoi answered. We have no more than 200 of us remaining. We don't have much, but I am sure you and my father can come to an arrangement. No doubt. Yasaka replied with a nod, her visage stern and authoritative to hide the internal flinch at how close they were to extinction. After a moment, she added, When can we expect your clan's arrival? It will take me a week to get back to them, a few days to pack and maybe 2 weeks to get back here. Aoi explained and the Kyuubi nodded, coming up with a plan. After a minute of silence, Yasaka turned to Tialara and ordered, Send for Seichan immediately, then summon him to my office. We need to send a notable force to aid the Eastern faction's defense against the Hero faction. Bowing, the Tengu replied swiftly, By your word, Lady Yasaka. Looking back to all three guests, Yasaka informs them, Do not fret, for now that I am aware of these situations, we shall spare no expense to ensure both are protected. Bowing respectfully, all three respond in unison. Hi, Yasaka-sama. Quick pause, guys, I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Report 14 Ravens Rise. Jinjugaku no Hai Saido, Night Tower. Seamlessly ignoring the silent moans of relief from his patient, Naruto continued his work on Samly's shoulders, neck, and back. With a mix of precise application of pressure and chakra, his deep tissue massage really helps his target relax. It even has the Anko, and the far more discreet Kurenai's seal of approval. Don't tell anyone. Absolutely nothing happened, no evidence either way, and good luck trying to make anyone involved spill. Midway down her back, Naruto feels his fellow blonde shudder noticeably and let out a very soft, barely audible moan. He was somewhat aware of what he has subjected her to over the last 10 minutes of his touches. Her soft panting only added credence to his assumption. A far heavier sigh slipped through Samui's lips as he continued on, despite her body's reactions to his delicate touch, and she would be lying if she wasn't afraid about just how much she was enjoying this closeness. Obviously, she was a bit nervous at first, yes. Even she knows how weird that is, considering they've had sex already, and he's seen it all before. Something about exposing her bare back to him like this made this feel intimate? Now, however, Samui is glad she stuck with this again, as just like last time, he has been hitting all the right spots and her body's tension is rapidly falling off. Okay, she expected this since it happened last time, but maybe she's just overthinking this. How did she ever get by without this before now? Wow, she really chose the right one to share her dream with. Yes, she can overlook the naivety if this is something she gets in return. Something suddenly clicked and Samui let out an actual normal moan. It was long, sensual, and damn right erotic. Despite his best efforts, Naruto froze stiff and his whiskerless cheeks gained a slight tint of pink to them. It takes a minute or so for Samui to gather her breath once more, before she glanced back of her shoulder at him, and she saw his warm, caring eyes staring back at her in joy and amusement. She spoke. That was much better than last time. How did you? Trade secret. Naruto replied with a chuckle, but before a response could be fielded his phone went off and drew both blondes' attention to it. Climbing off his patient's legs, the male of the two retrieved the device and answered. Ginma, what is it? It would appear that there is an urgent mission request from the Yukai leadership. They are requesting your immediate attention. Is that so? Any info? Combat mission. Probably search, rescue, and destroy. Sighing, Naruto nodded before confirming. Fine, I'll head over now. The line dies and he turns back to his guest, Samui, who was using the towel to cover up her front, beat him to the act by saying, Be careful. Smiling back, Naruto nodded and announced, Thanks, Sam-chan. I will. Grabbing his Jonin vest from the back of his chair, one of the scrolls filled with his latest project, and a second scroll that had his pre-packed equipment. As Naruto pulled the equipment scroll apart to double-check its contents, Samui wanted to say something more or maybe just something. By the time she thought about maybe giving him a kiss goodbye, he was already standing before her with his hand hovering over her cheek. Ah, she remembers this. Slowly, hesitantly, she mimics it and like the other times, they gently grace one another's skin with a featherlight touch. For a few moments, they just stared into one another's eyes like they did before she decided to commit to him. Back when she was still undecided, unsure if he was suitable. On an unspoken signal, they broke apart, and the usual harmless azure golden sparks danced across their skin from their fingers. Neither really noticing the increased potency of it, nor how it traveled up their respective arms while seeping through their skin as they blink out of their trance. The next moment the door shut and Samui sighed lightly, hoping that he had understood her intentions. Hopefully no. He said she could stand at his side so she had nothing to worry about as she clipped her bra back on. Stepping out of the tower, Naruto spots the woman he was thinking of in the form of Hana. She too seemed to spot him and headed over, but before she could speak, he did. Gather the pack. We have an emergency mission request. Surprised, Hana nodded, but after a moment, her eyes seemed to sparkle and nod again before rushing off. Naruto moved towards the gate and started wondering what happened to require such a meeting. He still had people to interview and minds to search. Hopefully, Shizuka and Ren can handle things for a bit. As he reaches the gate, Gunma looks to him and nods. Nodding back, Naruto informed. I'll be taking the Inuzuka. Best suited for a search and destroy mission. Leading it yourself, huh? Gunma chuckled and the black bang blonde nodded calmly, Naruto saying, Yeah. Been stuck in the minds of the traitors and buried in reports for the last week. Need to clear my head for a bit before I go mad or something. Chuckling, the former Kage Protection Platoon member offered a soft nod and understanding, and Gunma saying, No sweat, kiddo. Who's in charge while you're gone? Raising a brow, Naruto's deadpan caused him to burst into light laughter. This is when the Inuzukas arrived and their presence announced by the boisterous Kiba bellowing. Finally! Another mission worthy of. Settle down, pup. Hana orders and he growls back at her, but Naruto cut in here to prevent dissension in the ranks. Enough, both of you. We don't have time for this. They both fell silent, and he nodded before looking towards the shrine, adding, The mission is search, rescue, and destroy. Perfect for us to perform. So, let's prove that the pack is just as capable. The Inuzuka all grin before following after him. This sounds like it's going to be great. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Landing before the guards, Naruto and his party were waved in immediately. It seems that ever since news of their operation to clear out traitors and spies had indeed spread, none really dared cross them. That, and the fact they were ordered to by Yasaka herself, means that the Nightwings are now respected and feared in equal measure. It helps in the long run, and now they won't have to tiptoe around anymore. They are now also free to intermingle too. One step towards safeguarding his own. Helps that the spies are all in their custody. Reaching Yasaka's office, Tialara was there to see them inside, and upon entry they noticed the presence of 3 people they were not expecting to find. However, it seemed they too weren't prepared to receive them either, as all 7 Nightwings had their wings retracted but in uniform. Stopping before the desk, Naruto asked while ignoring the 3 unknowns. You have a mission for us, Lady Yasaka? Nodding, Yasaka gestured to the side where the 3 yokai had stepped to upon his approach and spoke. The twin Nikomata here have come from the Eastern Yokai faction seeking aid from the Alliance. I know it is not settled yet, but I would like to ask that you respond immediately due to the nature of the request. With folded arms, Naruto nodded before replying. I can assume the regular rate then, seeing as this is more of a request from an ally over for the good of the Alliance? Yasaka smiled while nodding, glad he hadn't rejected it, and informed. Most certainly. Though I will be sending a force to arrive after I gather the clan heads. This is time sensitive, so I asked this of you directly. Fair enough. We heard it was a search, rescue, and destroy mission. Naruto replied, to which surprised the guests, though the Kyuubi just nodded again, so he added. My pack and I can handle that then. Where are we heading and when? This is when the twin girls stepped forward, causing all the Nightwings to turn to them, and Enai speaks first. We shall guide you. Lady Magari can be found in Takasaki. Lee finishes and the Inuzuka share looks while Naruto looks to Yasaka, offering after a thought. In that case, maybe take a few representatives of your faction to act as mediators? Thinking on that, Yasaka asks slowly. That may be warranted. Do you have anyone in mind? Nodding, Naruto reported swiftly. Izuhara, Kosaku, and that Suzu girl. They can all keep up with us, close enough at least. Surprised, Yasaka asked. You know this how? Izuhara and Kosaku helped us in the sweeping operation. Kiba spoke now, arms crossed and face firm, recalling that night raid and the assistance of the Kitsune. Upon Yasaka's nod, he added. Suzu-chan and Yaju were recommended afterwards. Blinking at that, he looks back at his pack leader, Kiba asks. Why not bring Yaju too? Didn't want to take all of them out on one mission. Naruto replied with a shrug, but another answered from the door. With all due respect, sensei. Drawing all eyes to see the forementioned along with their respective leader, Sei-chan, but it was Yaju who spoke and continued after eyes were on him. I think I would be a better choice over Kosaku. Kosaku snipped with a glare on his fellow. The orange-furred Four-Tails was far less mentally acute, but physically in the best shape of the 4 and was Izuhara's best friend. Reaching the gathering before their leader, Sei was the one to speak. I think taking all 4 would be beneficial, Naruto-kun. Some on-mission experience would work wonders for their growth, and under your leadership, I do not fear for their safety. Nodding, Naruto replied. Then, we'll take them with us. Getting smiles from the older 2 vixens, Yasaka looking to Suzu and explaining. With that decided, Suzu-chan will be our direct diplomatic representative on this mission. Getting a nod from the pale red-haired vixen, Suzu was far more in touch with the political aspect of this mission, and so the Kyuubi continued. I trust your oversight, Naruto. Act as needed and we shall let you know when my own forces are heading your way. Understood. Naruto informed with a nod following. Yasaka then recalled the other request and put voice to her thoughts. Though, can I ask if you have anyone for an escort mission? Quirking an eyebrow, the secret seraphim runs through the list of his forces for a few moments and nods, Naruto informing. We should. Though it depends on a few factors. Where to where, number of the protected, and suspected threat level. Nodding seriously, Yasaka gestured to the final guest, who stepped forward and announced herself. Fair day, Naruto-san. My name is Ichiraku of the Ki tribe. I am here as a representative of my people to ask for asylum here on the clan's behalf. All the Inuzuka females growl lowly upon noticing her ludicrously curvaceous body, her clear superiority of chest size, wide hips and soft face. Her toned muscles and warrior eyes made her far more appealing to the shinobi than most the kunoichi they all knew. They weren't wrong either, as both Naruto and Kiba were both showing more than a fleeting intrigue in this woman before them. Yasaka and Sei both noticed this too, the former somewhat expected this, the latter not liking this development at all. Thankfully to all involved, beside the object of the issue who was enjoying this attention, Naruto looked over his pack members and they all fell silent, docile, and back in their alert state. Kiba was not excluded from this. Sighing, Naruto nodded to the woman and asked, Nice to meet you, Chika-san. Using her family name was a strategic move on his part, clearly sensing the tension in here which was suddenly impossible to ignore at this point. Kiba's continued ogling was not helping matters, but Naruto pushed that aside as he continued. May I ask for the details of this escort mission? Inclining her head stiffly, Aoi explained. Just as I have previously explained to Lady Yasaka, my kin are down to around 200 members. We currently reside to the south in the Honshu Prefecture, and wish to move here for protection. Thinking on that, Naruto knew a single team wouldn't be able to cover that many people. 3 teams likely, and will have to coordinate both attack and defense seamlessly while remaining mobile. Taking out his phone, Naruto dials his second, and when she picks up, he informs. Kuro, inform Shika that he has an escort mission. Hold up, why am I not going? You're holding down the fort, obviously. Naruto replied coolly before adding. Has Genma not spoken to you yet? Nah, haven't seen him. Okay, so get the Nara to do what exactly? Escort mission, mass civilian migration back here. Numbers? About 200. Naruto informed swiftly and got a hum from the cadre known as Kuratsuchi. After a moment, she replied. Gonna need at least 3 teams for a mobile defense then. Yeah, see why you asked for the Nara. Probably Bun Bun and Panda, Pinky too, and likely. Just tell him and he'll gather the team with who he needs. Naruto sighed, already knowing the likely team layout. Seriously, did she not think he'd contemplated this already? Kuratsuchi was quick to respond. Sheesh, who got your? Kuratsuchi. Naruto whispered and the line went dead silent. The room he was standing in all took a gulp nervously at the ice and the tone, but none dared even twitch. A nervous chuckle was heard before Kuratsuchi responded. Right, well, I see the Nara now. You want them at the palace? Looking to Yasaka, who also was stiff as a board, Naruto rose a brow and only responded after getting a nod from her. Yes, tell him it's in the Honshu Prefecture and to pack accordingly. After a few moments, presumably writing it down, Kuratsuchi replied. I will pass it along. Good. Hold down the fort till I get back. Naruto ordered before hanging up and sighing, mumbling about carefree seconds and not taking things seriously. After a moment, he looks back to the bearkin and informed. Chika-san, a team is being prepared and will be here once ready. Please await their arrival. The brunette nodded stiffly, allowing his gaze to flow to Yasaka and continue. Please discuss the matter with Shikamaru when he arrives. Inclining her head stiffly, either vixen could find their voices as both found that sudden bout of dominance displayed by the normally friendly and accommodating fallen somewhat panty wedding. Sei was barely making an effort to mask her thoughts, resulting in a nice dash of pink to her alabaster cheeks. Turning back to his team, that had since been joined by the Kitsune and Nikomata, Naruto instructs swiftly. We're heading out immediately. For expedience, we'll pair up. Suzu with me, Izuhara with Yoshi, Kosaka with Rimi, Yaju with Hana, and I with Kiba, and Lee with Toshi. And I rose a hand, getting a nod before she asked. Is that needed? It is. Naruto informed before heading towards the door, his new squad moving after him. When they left, Aoi looked to the leader of the Western Yukai faction and asked, Lady Asaka, who were they exactly? I couldn't tell what species they were. Both Yasaka and Sei rose a brow suspecting deeper intent buried, but also knew that the Nightwings purposely suppressed their auras to appear as inconspicuous as possible regardless of where they go. So after a moment, the address replied. They are our newest clan of sorts. Very capable and dedicated, but loyal to their values and family above all. As I do not wish to cross my alliance with them, I cannot tell you more than that. Nodding slowly to mask her inability to even learn their races' names, Aoi then shifted the line of questioning by asking. Then, this second team leader is called Shika. Short for Shikamaru. Sei interjected, drawing eyes as she explained. A very smart man and lead strategist among their clan. With him being in command, your people are very much in very capable hands. Yamanashi Airspace, Chichibutamakai Park. Having used Mount Fuji as a reference point, Naruto's team was now flying over the natural park on their approach to their destination of Takaski. The Yukai were all uneasy or embarrassed by the fact they were being carried, bridal style, by their fallen co-workers. The most surprised were obviously the twin sisters, not expecting the force called upon by the leader of the Western faction to aid them to be fallen angels. Though, their fellow Yukai have assured them that only the ones in their uniforms are to be trusted as they are different from the normal ones. That settled them down somewhat, but they were still keeping their guard up while guiding them back to their lady, which was difficult from so high up. However, as they flew by the wing, their approach did not go unnoticed by the three warring factions in the region, and it was about to break everything, and the end of the three-way fight would be swift. Suddenly, Naruto's group hears a shout from below of Reinforcements! A cadre! Regroup on the cadre! Snapping down, appearing from among the trees and mountainsides, over a dozen fallen came rushing out in a panicked frenzy, but they weren't alone. Shortly after, several blasts of fire shot out and clipped a few, forcing them to fall back down beneath the canopy. Abruptly, a few bat wings could be found splitting up, with some chasing up and a few heading towards the crash site. Naruto's group all came to a stop and watched this all just as one of the leaders of this group came to a halt before him. His surprise was evident, however. He also had a spark of realization, or recognition, flash across his features. Bowing his head, the man spoke. Lord Cadre, thank you for coming to our aid. Nodding stiffly, ignoring the look Suzu, in his arms, was giving him, Naruto replied. Report. Sir, several devil squads had been spotted stalking the area and trying to be discreet. My team and I were observing them, but they spotted us and called for backup. We've been trying to withdraw and regroup, but... Nodding, Naruto looked over the 10 other fallen angels who had managed to reach them and asked, I understand. Do you have any objections following my orders? They all shook their heads while the six-winged from earlier replied, Not at all, sir. After the last time we dealt with someone donning your uniforms. You've met someone who wore these? Ascari asks, pointing to her gray Jonin vest, and a few of the gathered nodded, the man replying, My name is Motiki. I worked with a captain. Realization crossed Naruto's face, having read that report and replying, the observation squad. I read that report and put in a transfer request. We can reminisce later. Right now. His eyes shot down and he let out a feral growl. We have to rescue the others. Follow me. Diving at speed, Naruto warns. Hang on. Suzu led the screams of the Yukai as, of one well-trained unit, all the fallen angels dived back into the mountainside and were more than ready for this fight under the wing of one of their cadres. Wincing at the burns she now had, Imai shakily got back to her feet, using the tree at her side as a stabilizing factor. Standing at 5'7", narrow frame and petite build, she was only considered the upper level of average with only 4 wings. Though unlike most in her cast, she had a goal and a drive to see it finished. Which is why, despite everything hurting, her entire body screaming for her to stay down, she finds herself glaring at the filthy bats that encroach upon her battered and weary persons. Glancing back at her wings, she could still possibly fly and regroup on the supposed cadre the others were shouting about, but she doubts these pests would let her. They have been pursuing them for the last few hours. Doubt they'd stop now. Taking a breath, Imai pushes off the tree as the lead devil speaks. Oh, not bad on the eyes for a foul crow. Spitting blood off to the side, Imai remained silently glaring at the filth and calls upon her innate light magic into a blue-hue spear at her fingertips. The 7 all chuckle, shaking their heads in disbelief. Another one states, "You're brave. Stupid but brave. We'll finish with you and hunt down the rest of your pathetic race." Magic spring to light in their hands, all aimed at the crippled fallen, and Imai takes a steadying breath and prepares to fight. She needs to survive and find her brother, then escape here. Suddenly, the shadows flickered. Imai blinked before suddenly all but the leader had their necks cut open and were being tossed aside by people with strange markings on their cheeks. A bunch of yokai were off to the side, dry heaving, and she whispered, "A cadre!" They weren't bullshitting. Holding the leading devil up by his throat, hand gripped tightly around his throat, Naruto growled, "Who sent you here?" Growling back, the devil spat back and Naruto dodged it while his captive spoke. "You can kiss my..." Crack. Naruto threw the body aside before looking back at the injured 4-winged woman and asked, "Are you okay?" Before she could respond, one of those who followed after the cadre dropped down and called out, "Imai! You're safe!" The two embraced as Imai responded in kind. "Nishi! I thought they got you." Nishikiri was another 4-winged angel that matched Imai in height, but he was far more well-built. Short cut black hair, the same shade as Imai, and triangular face that spoke. "Nah, managed to get to Lord Cadre with the others. But I think Sasori and Wada are still unaccounted for." "Sorry to interrupt," Naruto called out, and he truly meant it, as it seems these two have a strong bond and didn't want to stop them, but they are short on time. Once he had their attention, he added, "But as you said, we have unaccounted people to locate. Save your lover bird routine for later." Getting chuckles from the dozen fallen present, but Nishikiri replied bashfully, Actually, sir, she's my sister." Not backing down, Naruto rose a brow and an internal grin while he replied, "Did I stutter?" Many had to outright turn away, spitting out whatever they had in their mouths and choking on air. Kiba busting a gut added to the effect as a whole. The two siblings, beat red at the insinuation, lowered their heads in shame. They were just close, not like that, even if some say otherwise. With the tension lowered, Naruto looked over his combined forces. 14 fallen, his 6 night wings, 6 yokai, 4 kitsune and 2 nikomata. Objective: locate missing fallen within the park and withdraw to allied yokai lines. Nodding, he began. "Hana, tend to Imai-san's wings. We need her mobile." Wordlessly, Hana steps forward and Naruto looked to the kitsune then to the nikomata. Focusing on the twins, he asks, "I know this isn't your fight, but could you lend us a hand? We could use the extra noses." Both Enai and Lee looked to one another before looking back and speaking in unison. "We understand. We can help." Nodding, Naruto then looks to his own pack members, kinda used to referring to them as such, seeing as they insist on it, and spoke. "Find and save our people. Pair up with the yokai and move out." Said yokai perk up too, and the next moment the night wings vanish with the kitsune next and the nikomata chasing after them. Turning back to Hana, Naruto asks, "Is she mobile?" "It's a rush job, but should be fine." Hana reports as the green glow surrounding her hand dies down, and Imai flaps them experimentally before nodding and saying, "Thank you, Hana-san." Nodding her acceptance, Hana turns back to her leader and asks, "What now?" Thinking on it, Naruto looks around at the gathered fallen, standing around and atop trees before informing, "My name is Cadre Naruto. Recently, I have been assigned as the Grigori Forces Sector Commander of Japan. Regardless of wing number, all the fallen stiffen and straighten up as he speaks. As such, you are all under my command. As you have also noticed, tugging on his gray flak jacket, Naruto explains. I am also a member of the so-called Ghost Unit. You may know us as Night Wings. Gasps from the gathering causes both Naruto and Hana to grin and chuckle, nodding along with the excited murmurs, but the blonde continued. Now that's out of the way and explained, we were not actually here to rescue you. In fact, we had no idea you were here in the first place. They all nodded and allowed Naruto to continue. However, now that we are here and you are standing with us, you are under my command and I will protect you as long as you follow my commands. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Nodding his approval, Naruto breaks into a grin as he spreads his wings, Hana following suit as he orders. Then, listen up. Our first mission is to rescue our fellows from this park. Once achieved, we are to back up the Eastern Yukai faction's defense lines and rout the human faction's forces in the region. Seeing everyone nod along, Naruto explained. Under no circumstance are you permitted to harm any of the Yukai. We are here to help them. The so-called heroes are the problem. We are here to fix that problem. Am I clear? Yes, sir. Nodding again, Naruto smirked while offering. Good. Now let's go get our people back. Perry Citri thought this was a simple call for aid from her fellow devils. A bunch of fallen that had been harassing her cousin, and he needed help. Yet here they are, surrounding a pair of fallen who looked worse for wear. Two of them, clearly beaten and subdued, yet her cousin Paulian was beating a third, that had come rushing to their aid, with his bare hands. His peerage were scattered about and clearly unsurprised by this turn of events. Obviously, she knew of his dislike for their kind, but this is taking it too far. Even Perry's own peerage didn't really know what to make of this sight. Though one thing Perry knew was that if the first two weren't so injured they would be fighting too, but one had a clearly broken leg and the other one was barely conscious. She had a branch through her gut, blood-stained hair clinging to her face, and doesn't look responsive. Surely, they should just end it quickly and cleanly? With a sigh, Perry steps forward and calls to her cousin. That's enough, Paulian. Just finish them so we can go find the others. Paulian, a tall 6'1" devil with the trademark Citri black hair and violet eye combo, looked back at his cousin with anger in his eyes but a straight face and spoke calmly. I was just making sure these stupid crows know their place. Then kill them already. Perry orders, folding her arms across her chest and looking away dismissively. She has often been referred to as the sexy librarian type with blue glasses, fair skin, bust of frame, narrow waist and fine, long legs. Personally, she cares not for the label, but it serves the purpose of describing her, so she puts up with it. Though, her cousin looks more like a former bookworm turned bodybuilder but forgot to work his neck upwards. He too doesn't care for the labels as he sneers at his own cousin and speaking with nothing but contempt. It's not like it matters. Once I'm done with this punk, pulling the man he's been pummeling for the last 5 minutes up via the broken leather strap, then continuing. We'll make him watch as we take apart the other brat and his bitch until they tell us what they know. Surprisingly, the beaten man spat blood to inform. Fuck you! Looking back down, Paulian chuckled mirthlessly before landing a solid right hook that slammed the fallen back into the ground beneath him. He comments. See, that was not very nice. Tell us about the Storm Angel, and we might spare your life. Go eat shit. The only remotely able-bodied fallen growled through clenched teeth, drawing eyes to him and his single set of wings that were spread to defend the downed woman at his back. He continued, despite the fear trembling through his frame. We won't tell you anything, and when Azazel-sama hears about this, he won't. Paulian announced, finally dropping the bloodied form of a two-set fallen and standing up calmly. Stepping over the beaten man, he continued. No one is around. That desperate trick you guys pulled. There is no reason for a cadre to be anywhere near here and not at your headquarters. Says who? A new voice causing everyone to freeze for several moments before eyes flowed up and hovering all around the gathering were fallen. Over a dozen of them, all glaring at the devils below, but most importantly, the one who spoke had 10 wings. With a sharp intake of air, Perry muttered, taking several steps back. Cadre. Impossible. Pullian muttered in disbelief, he too taking several steps back and eventually tripping over the blooded form he produced from the 2 set earlier. Said Cadre's eyes narrowed on the male Citri and asked again. I asked you a question, Devil-san. Says who? Elsewhere. Kiba was darting through the trees, vaulting over rocks, and leaping up cliff sides with such casual ease, Izuhara wasn't sure whether flying would have been this embarrassing. They had split off from Kosaku and Rimi a minute or so ago, chasing after the different scents. Yet, watching Nightwing clear a 20-meter drop and land with seemingly little effort on the other side, no use of wings at all, made Izuhara feel grateful that they were allies. It took him 2 minutes to catch up to the stalking Inuzuka, silently arrive at his side, and saw a blonde-haired, sniff, devil standing over a charred corpse. They were too late. But seeing Kiba's clenched teeth and jaw, Izuhara knew this bitch just pissed off the wrong man. A single glance to the fox was all the warning Kiba gave before darting through the forest at speeds that most couldn't track, appearing before the bitch with a mean right slash across her back. He didn't hear her scream, too consumed in rage to consider it as his left slash followed directly after the right, that made a comeback followed by a hammer strike and boom. Flames erupted from the small crater, and Kiba leaped up into the trees to evade it, the blonde devil glaring up at him, flames in hand. As the fireballs flew, so did the Inuzuka, and he leaped to another branch, then another, and another before leaping back at the flaming chicken shit with a call-out. Gutsuga! Spinning like a death tornado with rage-filled claws of wind, the Inuzuka smashed through 2 fire blasts and followed the woman into the sky before shredding through her left side. Ignoring the missing left side, the woman turned back and unleashed a massive blast of fire at the no longer spinning cyclone of death, successfully landing a hit. While that was going on, Izuhara had just snapped the neck of one of this devil's servants and fending off 2 more, noticing the smoke cloud then smirking. Seems they really pissed off Kiba now. One of the devils growled at the smirk, speaking sharply. Why are you smiling? You're outnumbered and... Chuckling deeply and with malice, by the flames of Amaterasu does he hate these things, Izuhara's dark grin grew as he informed them. Because your filthy master bat just pissed him off more with such a weak attack. As he said that, their master had finished regenerating and hadn't taken her eyes off the smoke cloud. Not having seen a body drop, means that her assailant still lives and is hovering there. Flames engulf both hands and she prepared to fire the moment she gets a... Something stabbed into her gut, an eruption of pain overtakes her body, and she screams in agony while looking down at the pure white light spear that is currently embedded there. Just then, the smoke is blasted apart by 6 powerful wings that spread apart, Kiba looking damn right murderous at their center. However, that isn't what silenced the woman's screaming. No, what had in fact caused her pain to reach the level of existential fear was the uniform he wore. A sleeveless gray, pocketed covered vest, simple black shirt, black cargo trousers, and black combat boots. Every member of the Phoenix House knew that uniform and were told to never approach, fearing the wrath of the Storm Angel. Yet she just attacked one. His activation of light-like claws over both his hands did not go unnoticed as the flaming wings of the devil before him trembled in fear. Kiba sneered at this rodent, and went to strike when she shot both hands in the air, squeaking out, "Please! I surrender!" It was far too late as suddenly her right leg, the opposite to the one with the dagger embedded, was cut through and Kiba landed hard on the ground. The scream the woman let out reached him as he turned back and glared, ducking beneath a flying kick from one of her servants. Said servant slid to a stop and turned back to face the man who dared maim his master only to find a face filled with light claws. The slash burnt like hell, but the second sliced right through his chest. With his heart shredded, he felt like a limp bag of stones, dead before he hit the ground. A bright bloom of blue drew Kiba's gaze to find another devil trying to put out the fire clinging to him and his partner, Izuhara fending off 2 more. Snarling, Kiba darted forward and body tackled one of his opponents, concussing the unfortunate girl who only got to look up in fear as his clawed hand punched through her heart. The last of the servants was blasted into ashes, having been shocked at the brutality of the Inuzuka, and was distracted enough for Izuhara to unleash his fox fire's full might upon him. Foolish devil. Regrouping, Kiba and Izuhara run back toward the high-class devil, leaving behind 2 burning corpses and a heartless one. When they arrive, they find the single-legged Devulus, trying desperately to revive the fallen angel with some kind of liquid. Purposefully, Kiba snapped a twig and the woman froze. As if a machine, the blonde woman slowly turned to see both men glaring coldly at her, and her face paled. Stammering, she tried to plead. Listen, I can save him. Please. I swear I can. Both men remained stone-cold silent as she was too afraid to flee, her leg gone and mind too shaken to try call upon her dimming wings. The devil stammered. I am a phoenix, Julia Phoenix, my tears heal all. I can. Sniffling, she bowed her head, the no longer perfectly cared for hair falling into the dirty and mud-covered ground as she pleads again. Please. I will do anything. Just don't. Bring him back. Kiba whispered coldly, the woman stiffening as she feels him now standing at her back. Not seeing her move, Kiba growled this time. Bring him back and I will spare you. Do not use those damn enslavement things or your head will roll. To emphasize his point, his light-covered claws re-emerged and allowed her to sense their proximity. Swallowing thickly, the devil pulled out a bunch of vials from her personal dimension and began applying it. The first didn't do anything. Neither did the third. The fourth had a minor reaction of restoring some of the burned-off flesh, but the sixth did nothing. Each time the devil used a vial and got no reaction, her panic increased. Each time nothing happened, dread built. Each time a drop landed, her heart skipped a beat. Each time. Seems like you can't. Kiba whispered, but the lack of sound nearby meant they all heard it, and the woman was borderline panic attack. She tries again. Please. Feeling the light magic stop directly behind her neck, there was nothing left to say. Her throat was tight and hoarse, but she tried anyway. I swear, please. I will. Yoshi was standing in a tree, staring out at a camp of heroes, with Suzu and one of the twin Nikomata with her. Problem is, the trail her nose led her on led here. And I was the first to spot what they were chasing after, pointing to a tent flapping, and gave a brief glimpse inside. A fallen woman, tied up and gagged. A hostage situation. She'll have to wait until the others get here, as her little group don't have the best coordination, and she doesn't know or trust their strength. This camp has at least 33 of these wannabe heroes, and as strong as she isn't army-leveling strong. Nah, that's her pack leader's domain. Perhaps, on this mission, they all might get a little lucky. Kosaku and Rimi come to a silent halt upon finding a group of 4 devils walking away from a particular direction. Sticking to the tree's shadows, they were easily able to trace back their journey and find a pair of fallen corpses pinned to a tree each. Moving swiftly, Rimi finds that only the woman was alive and still breathing, but her heartbeat was faint and fading. Pulling the metal pikes from her shoulders to lower her to the ground gently, and with great care, immediately her palms glow green. Beginning by running her hands over the woman's entire body, the damage was extensive, but manageable, and began at once doing just that. Though, as she focuses around her lower abdomen, her eyes widen in shock and horror. She's expecting. Rimi's focus exploded, her chakra rippling with the desire to save this soon-to-be mother and child regardless of anything else. Unfortunately, the ripple of magic and chakra caught the retreating devil's attention. Curiosity piqued, they turned back to investigate if someone had come to take the corpses of the fallen, and what kind of fool would use that amount of magic on dead people. Hearing their footsteps stop, then turn back towards them, Kosaku whispered to his companion. Rimi-san, we have to. I won't allow these 2 to die. Rimi whispered with so much confidence, it seemed as if fate itself had ordered it so. With but a glance up at him, she made her stance clear and spoke again. She's pregnant, Kosaku-san. Only like 4 weeks, but both are fighting to live. I will not abandon them when I can help them fight. That changed everything. No self-respecting man could ever turn a blind eye to such, and Kosaka nodded with a resolve that matched hers and stated, as if written by time itself as truth. Then save them. I'll hold them off. He strolled off with a resolve unseen by man, devil, or angel in a millennia, his mission set, path clear, and nothing is going to get past him. In response to this desire and his protective instincts, his claws thicken and lengthen. His canines seemed to sharpen and his slit orange eyes narrowed dangerously, sharp enough to cut through the trees and track his incoming prey. A snarl as he spots them and they spot him, his chakra began to swell, Tuki activating itself, and Kosaka bends down onto all fours, his tail swaying and puffed up. One of the devils, assumably the leader, spoke first, as if clinically detached from the situation. A kitsune. A rare find outside Kyoto. I am sure we will receive the Nibiru's research grant if we present it to them. Finally, our research can be continued. Even more so with the blood extracted by those crows. A second says, and for some reason, Kosaka felt irked by the dismissal and the nonchalance of his foes about seemingly testing on live beings. The first devil ordered his 6 guards. Take him. We need him alive, but feel free to rough him up a bit. Immediately, 4 of the 6 guards rushed forward, the last 2 hanging back, and of those charging, 2 broke off for a flanking attack. Unfortunately, Kosaka was faster, and the next moment the one on the left flank was slashed up the length of his 6'1" body by claws trailing blue flames. Sliding to a stop, Kosaka took a moment to judge spacing and spotted the incoming rock spike in time to shatter it with a backhand, then dart forward at his next foe. Abruptly, a wall of solid rock emerged from a magic circle ahead, and the kitsune ducked aside as that slab rocketed through his previous position, and he unloaded a blast of fox fire at the next opponent. The blue blast of flames splashed against another defense wall, but it melted halfway through. This distracted them for all of 2 seconds, long enough for Kosaka to reach his next target, only for them to duck his pounce. Not his flaming tails, though. Set alight, the mist enemy began to scream and cry out in the pain of being burned alive, but Kosaka had no sympathy for her, charging along towards the next front hitter. That was not meant to be, as a barrage of rock arrows appeared in his peripheral vision and forced him to leap into the air, kick off 2 separate trees and attack from another angle. With a roar, Kosaka tackled the next devil down, and the 2 tumbled once before the kitsune leaped clear and blasted the slice-chested bold fool to kingdom come. However, he took a earth spike to the side and blasted away. Rolling with a hit, Kosaka got up and leaped aside, clear of a rising spike of bedrock. Sliding to a stop, several more earth spikes rushed towards him from multiple directions. Kosaka leaped up, only to find himself slipping in the sudden slime pit of mud that appeared abruptly around him. Slipping forward, he inadvertently slipped beneath the attacks, but he suddenly finds that the mud had solidified around him and sealing him in place. The kitsune known as Kosaka let out a bestial roar with flames blasting forth and forcing the devil's back clear of his 10-meter range. He snarled and thrashed, refusing to be beaten here. Once more, the lead devil spoke clinically. A fine specimen. Once he tires, I am sure that. Gutsuga! A male roar and a spinning tornado that shredded through the speaker's scientific research partner. Sliding to a stop, Kiba Inuzuka snarled as he took aim at the other filth, but Kosaka called out, as his Ohara busts him out. Keep that fucker alive! We're going to want to interview him. Offering the orange kitsune a side-eye, Kiba nodded stiffly before vanishing in a burst of pure speed and appeared in front of said devil, fist buried in his gut, instantly knocking said devil unconscious, though he still heard. Be thankful you're useful. Naruto and Hana. We surrender. Perry claimed with her hands up, her peerage following her lead, but her cousin glanced to her, look of betrayal all over his face. Snapping back he snarled, Paulian spat. Like hell. Numerous magic circles erupt behind the hovering Naruto, Hana, and the other fallen all prepare light spears and took aim. The cadre presents his 24 golden circles that produce light lances. that edge out slowly and reveal their length and power, sparking like barely contained thunderstorms. After a further moment, the 10-winged fallen announced, "In all seriousness, you are a threat, and I always take out threats. However, if you surrender and stand down, I will spare you. Make sure to make the right decision." As the air began to hum with light magic and was starting to prickle the skin of the devils, that is how concentrated it was becoming, the flat stare given by the cadre and his numerous subordinates meant that there was only one choice. Yet Pauline abruptly set up a teleportation circle. However, a new shock and dread appeared when a chain of some kind erupted from the cadre's right palm. All 6 devils attempting to escape found themselves trapped when these chains impacted their circles, and they were immediately disrupted, then shattered. Panicked, Pauline tried to fire at the cadre, but his subordinates showed him the light and he instantly evaporated. His peerage followed his lead and tried to attack, but this time the other fallen filled them with light and killed them immediately. The other Citri peerage and their king remained silent, daring not to move or even twitch. Perry, for that matter, knew it was a stupid decision and did not want to cross these fallen, seeing as this was very clearly an elite member of the Grigori. With the unpleasantness of that done, Naruto looked to the other devils that hadn't moved or even attempted to save their fellows, retracting the chains back into his palm, and asked, "Will you surrender?" "We do and will not resist." Perry reports, and her peerage dropped their weapons, staffs, and dropped their armored shields, hands raised and knees dropped too. In the space of 5 minutes the devils were all bound, restrained, and on their knees. Naruto and Hana placed his new magic-specific suppression seals, what he was working on before he fell asleep and Samui woke him from. The normal suppression seals still work on magic, to a degree, but can be overpowered if given too much juice to handle. These ones, however, have been augmented with Uzumaki-level sealing techniques, blended with the runic magic Azazel gave him a while back. Apparently, a certain Nara informed him about the specialty of the few clan members present, and hearing the Uzumaki's predisposition to Fuinjutsu, and having that explained and demonstrated, gave him the bright idea to give him all the damn books on the subject. Naruto finished 7 of the 8 volumes, each at least 400 pages each, with 6 and 7 being closer to 6, and is almost as obsessed with them as he is with his clan scrolls on Fuinjutsu. He was cursing that lazy ass the entire time last night. He was broken from his thoughts from the sudden chakra flare that felt like Rimi, Naruto snapping to the north and ordering immediately, "Hana, take a squad and find out what's going on." Hana points to the 3 closest to her, who nod and follow after her as she darts off to the north. Motiki was the one to ask, "Sir, what about us?" drawing Naruto's attention to the remaining group surrounding the bound devils. After a moment, he nodded to confirm his thoughts and spoke. "As members of the Grigori, I know many of you have lived less than honest lives, right?" There were a few flinched, plenty looking away and unwilling to look at him, but a few just shrugged as it was true. Seeing this, Naruto nodded and continued, "That ends here," drawing their attention to him abruptly, and he smirked his trademark foxy smirk. After a light chuckle, Naruto continued, "Many consider me young for a cadre, others thought I should be controlled and ordered about." His frown was tight but weighted, yet he kept looking at them all as he continued, "But my Nightwings, they put everything on the line just to ensure that never happened. They put me in charge because they believed in me. Azazel himself seems to think that I am suited for this job too, for whatever reason." He chuckled, shaking his head. "Crazy old man." A few others chuckled, knowing the old goat. After a soft sigh, Naruto looked across them all and informed them, "So, in honor of my friends, family, those that believe in me, I decided to stand tall and ahead of them. To use my strength to protect what I hold dear, to defend my precious people, and to prove every derogative comment wrong and show that." With his thumb against his chest, above his heart, Naruto declared, "I may be a fallen angel, I may have fallen from grace, but I am not a monster. I am not what they all claim I am. I will prove that I can rise above those stupid, stuffy titles." He grinned confidently. "That I am me. Nothing more, nothing less." After shrugging, Naruto asked, "What about you guys? There was a snort, before Amida, a purple-haired, four-winged fallen woman, replied airily. After that speech, is there really any other choice? Heavy chuckling from the others, and Naruto kept the grin and nodded, arms crossed while commenting back. Well, don't say I didn't ask. They all nodded before he looked to the devils and explained. As for the bat infestation, we'll take them into custody and hold them until the end of the mission. They attacked us first, so their government needs to be informed of their actions and legal proceedings started. Wouldn't it be easier to just end them? Motiki asked, a black-haired man of 6 wings, and Naruto conceded the point by saying, It would be, in all honesty, but taking them in alive will be far more beneficial in the long term. Like bonus checks and medals and stuff. That seemed to get them all on board and nodding in acceptance. Naruto's sweat drops now, knowing how easy it must be to sway these guys to another cause. Something to work on later, and a pat on the back for not integrating normal fallen into the hidden shrine yet. A random thought hit him, something that's been happening with increasing frequency as of late. The Legion system allows for commander to control major bases around the territory of, If hidden shrine is their main headquarters, should work. Talk to Kuratsuchi and Tamil after the mission. Absent-mindedly, Naruto pulled out 2 scrolls from his Jonin vest pockets and 4 from his equipment pouch, before throwing one to a different fallen. All caught it as he explained. These are specialized equipment available to my unit alone. Open it and place it behind one of the devils. He leads by example, and the bound devils were trying to track them but gave up once they passed them by. Naruto walked them through the sealing process without revealing anything unnecessary. His 10 new storage seals are again a modified version of their normal ones, but workable with magic and taps into the nearest source for power. In the collapsed form, and to help tell it apart, the central circle space is an oval, and when something is sealed, the Grigori sigil appears in the centerpiece to indicate its full. Retrieving the scrolls, Naruto nodded to each one as Motiki commented. Those would be incredibly useful out in the field. I know, which is why we Nightwings have them. Naruto revealed as he approached the previously badly injured duo, though thanks to Hana they were banged up, but can fly unaided. Even if the woman is still out cold. Rimi's location. Landing hard, Hana asks immediately. Rimi, what's wrong? Sorry. Rimi replied, not looking up as she was focused. But this woman was left for dead by those bastard bats, who didn't care that she's expecting. Growls from the new arrivals, with Hana looking to her escorts, and ordering. Keep watch. No need. Kiba announced, dropping one of the devils, the only one still breathing, down on the ground beside them, torn up and broken, but definitely alive. He growled. Got the bastard right here. Kosaka says that he has intel we could use. The only reason he's breathing. He said something about the Nibiro's house. Kosaka mentioned as he arrived with Izuhara, which caused the dark-furred kitsune to frown and mutter. Why does that sound like something I should know? It's familiar to us too. Yaju announcing his presence along with Toshi. As they strolled in, he looked over the battleground and asked, Who got excited? That would be me. Kosaka commented with pride, grinning like an idiot, and got a head nod from his friend's cousin, but that was it. After the healing stopped, the woman and her unborn child both in the clear, Hana stood up and looked around. Have any of you ran into Yoshi yet? Negative headshakes before Ascari and the other Nikomata land near the gathering. The Inuzuka comments first. Hana, we broke from them last towards the northeast from here. Hana nodded to her youngest pack sister, before looking beyond her in the direction she had come from, and added. Stay here with Kosaka-san, Ascari. Everyone else with me. Let's go find our people. Hana, stay low. Ascari informed lowly and earned a questioning look from said woman, which caused Lee to inform. Heroes there. Camp likely. Okay, that changed things. After a moment of thought, Hana took out the Nightwing issue phone and called Naruto. After a single ring, he picked up and she stated. We think that Yoshi located a hero camp. Where? Northeast of our current location, we think. Hana replied, and Naruto went silent for a few moments before replying. Yeah, I found her signature. Head north-northeast for about, or just wait for us. We have wounded though. So do we. An injured mother-to-be. What do you want us to do? Stay put. We'll come to you and then head over to obliterate the camp. Naruto informed and Hana nodded before replying. We'll hold position and await your arrival. The line goes down and the Inuzuka's head female looked over the gathering and they all nodded. Yamanashi, Chichibutamakai Park Hero Camp. Yoshi perked up as she hears a familiar group approaching. It's the other Kitsune and the Nikomata, all gathered and heading their way. This means that the main force has arrived too, and thus gets to her feet. This prompted both Suzu and Enai to do the same. Immediately, the fallen squadron land among the trees. On the lowest was a seriously stern-looking Naruto and Hana. He whispered lowly that most beside him would miss it but not the Inuzuka. Status of the enemy camp? Hostage situation. 41 enemy combatants and a number of other prisoners. Yoshi reported swiftly and Naruto nodded, so she added. Standard Bandit Camp 3. That was a surprise to the shinobi, not expecting to come across such tactics, but they were quick to recall the information and nod, seemingly aware of the same layout. After a moment, Naruto instructs. In that case, Yoshi and Hana will sneak in during the opening shots and protect the prisoners. The Yukai will back you up. Getting nods from those in question, Hana dropping down from the tree to link up with Yoshi, and she was replaced seamlessly by Toshi as he continued. The rest of us will strike from above and decimate their numbers. Everyone nodded, so Naruto informed them. Our files suggest that these hero faction members are likely to fight to the last man and are not afraid to play dirty. However, their newer members can be swayed to run or surrender if their leadership is killed. So, target any leaders you spot, priorities protection of each other and the prisoners. Understood? He had finger-quoted the hero faction, getting chuckles, before barely lifting his voice at the end, and they all replied. Yes, sir! Nodding, Naruto grinned and replied. Good luck, everyone. Before leading the fallen into the sky and on a long circuit around the camp to hit from the opposite side to those who were sneaking in. Camp assault. Abruptly, clouds begin to form above a camp of heroes, set up on a park on the edge of Yamanashi called Chichibutamakai. It was a perfectly pleasant day before then, and suddenly, wait, is that a tornado? The winds suddenly pick up, chaotic by nature's design, and yet in the center of it hovered several figures, but it was the one at their front that caused dread to fill the unlucky mortals far below. He had 10 pitch black wings, completely luminescent azure eyes pulsing with power and bolts of lightning that rush across his entire frame, and wings matched them in color. One of his hands were up and was slowly lowering it, as if ordering the winds to descend upon these lost lambs. Abiding its orders, the developing tornado indeed edged ever closer to the ground. Yet, unlike its natural counterparts, it dared not harm the forest, rip up the earth, nor did it lift all within to a distant land. No, it did none of that, but rather, it prevented the escape of the mere mortals it had now consumed. One of the poor souls tested this undeniable truth, firing an arrow at the rushing clouds, and only sawdust and metal shavings remained of the wood and metal, an uncompromising death for those who dared. Yet this seemed to be but the prelude. The angels of wrath at this cadre's back followed in the wake of these psychotic winds, unaffected by the rage of nature despite their own fallen status, or, perhaps because of it. They were the wind's avatar, the intent-given form, and that did not fill these heroes with hope. For they only delivered upon the unspoken promise. Upon spears fashioned from the light of their beings, these angels unleashed their wrath upon these mere mortals with a grace unbecoming of the finality of their purpose. But these mortals were not cowed so easily. They rallied behind their mightiest warriors and retaliated against this unfair rule, their cries for justice a unifying dream and the blood their shared binding. Yet if a cruel twist of fate, the winds that trapped them here too took up arms and deflected their own. It muffled their pleas, drained their wills, and cleared the path for their deliverance. Again, however, their mightiest rose and stood tall. The mortal body is truly a remarkable thing, and they would not yield to such an unfair punishment to which they believe not to deserve. The blame unfounded, Thus they retook up their own destiny and prepared to take on this dark fate once more. Their numbers continued to dwindle, their blood thinning, and bonds of brotherhood breaking upon the whims of the unquestioning hands of death. The light remained undeterred by metal, leather, flesh, or bone, pushing through all but the dirt beneath. It cared for nothing but the earth and home for all. The unity would not bend, despite the storm of darkness descending upon the mortal eyes, and a new defense fashioned, a road prepared but not yet traveled lay at their back. Their presumed secret to ride out this tide of war and free them from the shackles of injustice. They, however, were deceived. Their shackles were not of their foes' creation but of their own. The avatars of earth and life stand before the thought to be unseen path, holding the way shut and barring their escape. How would the mortals have known that the sky had agents of the all-knowing earth? They had but one hope left, to capture these beings of fangs and tails, numbering 4, but it was not to be. For their blood had thinned too much, and the angels of wrath now stand between them and that path they dreamed they rode. The light of death within their palms, and now, the mortal heart was slowing. For they have come to accept the cold hard fact, written in a stone of their creation and marking the place they leave behind. After all, they were never the heroes they claimed. Jinjigaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Stepping into her boyfriend's office, Ino strolled towards the desk to find her sister-in-law in arms collecting up the pile of completed work for sorting, calling out to her. "Hey Cheyenne, have you seen Naruto?" Glancing over, the pure light blonde shook her head. Cheyenne replied. "Ah, no. He's out on a mission right now, Ino. Didn't you know?" Frowning with her hands on her hips, Ino shook her head and replied. "No, I didn't. Geez, he's so forgetful at times, not letting me know what he's doing." Giggling as saintly as ever, Cheyenne finishes collecting the documents and begins to walk towards the door while offering. "He's a busy man, Ino. You know this too." Sighing, Ino perused over the desk while commenting absent-mindedly. Yeah, save it. I was hoping to get some tonight too." The expected sound of dropped scrolls and a stammering mess hit the kunoichi's ears, causing a grin to spread across the platinum blonde's face and a chuckle to accompany it. Though, her eyes land upon the documents that remain neatly stacked on the table of her love, and the handwriting was elegantly efficient. Cornflower blue eyes narrow on this. That is not her friend's handwriting, and a sudden lump in her gut told her that this was not to be overlooked. Glancing around the office, seeing that she was alone, Ino moved swiftly and silently to the bedroom she had spent many a night in. Parting the door, she immediately knew that this was not her lover's work. He was not a messy person by nature, but he was never this clean. The organizational structure was not of her fellow's observed pattern either, so she too was not responsible for this. Moving in further, Ino found that the laundry basket was clear and the drawers were all perfectly and orderly arranged. He did not do this, and even when she did, it wouldn't last long enough for her to bear witness to its completed form like this. This is not the detergent she picked out for him. The bathroom too, again, is not normally this. Muttering to herself, Ino whispered, "Someone's been in here." Turning on the balls of her feet, unable to look at that perfectly clean mirror any longer, the bed's pillows were fashioned perfectly, and that only confirmed what she already knew. Someone else has trespassed in her love nest with Naruto. Sendai Uriage Fishing Port. "Please! I swear! That's all I know!" A man pleads, dangling limply over the port's edge and unable to fight back due to the paralytic venom saturating his veins. A dark chuckle from the woman, the only thing keeping him from joining his friends far below, as she asks, "How do I know you aren't lying to me, huh? I'll swear on anything. The daughter of the ramen bar near the temple. Ask her. I need a name, Dumbus. Hikari. Her name's Hikari. Black hair, blue eyes, and blotchy skin. You can't miss her. Is that so?" the woman asks before shaking her captive, causing his shirt to rip slightly. The man squeals, "I swear! Show my weapon and she'll believe you. Why would she? It's been in my family for 6 generations. It's as good as my word," the man declared, and the woman hummed, glancing back at the cracked blade. The idiot actually thought he'd win in a one-on-one fight, even after dispatching his goons like an afterthought. After a moment, the brunette hummed again and offered. Fine, I'll let you go. Consider this a warning. Ever target the yokai again. I swear I won't ever again. I'll skip country, and you will never see me again. The man declared vehemently and got another dark chuckle from his captor. She whispered. Oh, I know that already. Before dropping him into the water and watching him silently sink into its depths. Pulling out a stick of dango, the brown eyes watch as the final bubbles breach the surface. Satisfied, she glances to the side where an elderly red pandakin stood gawking at her. Waving to her casually, she collected the weapon mentioned. The agent of the Nightwing moves back into the shadows, her trench coat bellowing in the darkness, and the snake upon its back the last thing left to fade into the night. Report 15 hopefully. Takasaki, Nikomata Clan Compound. No, I am currently out in the field. Naruto replied as he sits on the provided bed in his guest room, hearing his fallen soldiers also relax around and chatter. They seem well behaved since he took command and are following his instructions as to not cause trouble, and they haven't, much. Sighing while leaning back against the headboard, Naruto added to his ongoing phone call. Been out here for the last 2 days now. It's getting pretty boring here. Duh. I do not doubt. Katarina replied calmly, having been the one to call him when hearing about his actions via the grapevine and thus probed further. Though I hear your group made a big storm not long ago. Chuckling, Naruto replied calmly. Oh, you heard about that. Duh, many here are complimenting your force. Katarina explained and he hummed while she offered. The official number says 70 killed. 72 on my report, yeah? Naruto confirmed with amusement in his voice and she giggled before replying. You sound like proud father. Shrugging, Naruto offered. My commander used an original technique I co-created. I think I have a claim to that pride. Katarina hums delicately before asking. Then, perhaps you could visit? Help teach some of my own. Depends. I still have a bunch of work back home. Naruto states with a sigh, rubbing his temples as he leans forward on his raised knee and then replying. Not to mention that issue will likely be a bigger pain in the ass than we predicted. I have been meaning to ask about that. Katarina suddenly getting a lot more serious. Sighing again, Naruto informed. I have my people looking into it at the moment. The report I got earlier says that the enemy fort we suspected is undermanned and filled with grunts. Those stupid hero faction idiots are saturating the area too. How unfortunate. Katarina commented and he chuckled, shaking his head, recognizing the fact she was drinking her wine again before she replied. Pests, a lot of them. So, uncivilized and uncouth. Unreasonable. I am painfully aware. Naruto mumbled softly, he wasn't pouting at all. Though, the dainty giggle he got in return suggested that his friend was not fooled and his fellow cadre responded. Oh, Pupsik, do not pout beyond my sight. Chuckling deeply, looking back through the window his form bathed in moonlight, Naruto replied. My bad. I will keep it for such a time. Be sure you do, my Pupsik. Katarina sounded actually serious, and that caused the black bang blonde to sweat drops silently, a nervous chuckle as he felt her eyes narrowed, despite literally being on the other side of the world. How is she doing that? Speaking with an undertone of finality, Katarina reiterates. You cannot simply ask a lady such questions. It is rude, yes? I didn't say anything. Naruto reports nervously, and he swears she was glaring at him sharper now, her whisper somehow enforcing. Duh, but you were thinking it. Clearing his throat, unsure he likes where this was going, Naruto responded. I got to go, Katarina. Need to call back to my headquarters and find out about our reinforcements. Before that. She cut in, though a noise from the doorway drew his eyes and the drawl of his forces lazing around can be heard as his second, Hana, steps in and closes the door behind her. Naruto makes no move to interrupt or stop her climbing into his bed, her moving of his raised knee aside and claiming the spot between his legs and curling up to him. As she gets comfortable leaning against his black t-shirt upon his chest, Katarina, unaware of this all, continued. Have you been back to headquarters? Not recently, no. Naruto replied calmly, his left arm now casually draped around his self-appointed bedmate's stomach and held within her returned hold. He asked though. Why? Lord Azazel has opened his project. The Legion 1. Katarina informed, and Naruto hummed before offering, somewhat airily. He must be working. He sighs, correcting himself. What is Benamian up to? She giggled knowingly, probably nodding along to his deductive reasoning, though Naruto felt Hana's grasp on his arm tighten at the sound. The female cadre on the call commented. Do you see this too? I wish to know such also. Juicy intel, no? Naruto couldn't deny that and nodded while replying. More than likely. I guess I should pay her a visit and find out. If you go, let me know. I have gift for Pupsik, Katarina informed, earning a surprised risen brow from Naruto. She might have detected in his tone as he responded. Don't you have things to do? Your territory will survive few days. My daddy can handle. Katarina stated dismissively, and Naruto sighs, recalling how much this woman babies her subordinates. It was weird at first, seeing her treat all those with 8 wings like adult children and those bellow as straight-up children. Are you question my methods? Katarina spoke firmly. The risen brow was felt in the inflection, and the tone was challenging. Narrowing his eyes, Naruto whispered. Do not start that with me, Katarina. The silence dragged on before she hummed, the sound seemingly echoing, and Naruto added. And put the wine down when I am talking with you. Katarina choked on said wine, her coughing a dead giveaway, and Naruto smirked, initially unaware of Hana's until she giggled and readjusted her position. She soon took the hairband out and shook her long silky hazel hair straight. Once done, returned to cuddle up against Naruto's chest, holding on to his arm as if a blanket. Suddenly his cadre friend's voice drew his attention to his phone call, Katarina muttering. That was not very nice, Pupsik. Neither is competing with aged grape juice. Naruto griped, looking down at the woman curled up in his arm, and felt her hand take up his, rubbing at the back with her thumb. He then spoke softer. Besides, wasn't there something you wanted to talk about? There was a notable pause before Katarina replied. Can I not call for social? We are friends. No? Naruto inadvertently gave the window the look, Ino dubbed it, and somehow his friend must have felt it as she added. There has been growing whispers among my neighboring territories. Something about artificial humans. My daddy are searching for more intel. Sounds big, but political. Naruto observed, and her response was sharp. It is concerning. Thinking on it a bit, Naruto offered. Do you have any contact with your local pure counterpart? A soft hum before Katarina responded. Unfortunately not. Should I? Nodding, the black bang blonde reported. The old man signed my unit onto an agreement with Heaven and overseen by our local Yukai faction. See if you can get into contact with your local counterpart and mention the Twilight Accords, to see if they want to expand it to your area. Naruto swore he could feel her sultry smile from here, causing him to look back out beyond the walls of the compound, but heard her alluring voice speaking softly, as if a whisper shared between them both. Pupsik. I did not know you spoke such dirty. Before he could rebuff his fellow cadre, he felt Hana pull his hand up and abruptly squeeze her tit directly several times. Seems she isn't wearing a bra beneath her black uniform top. With his brain successfully shut down for the moment, due to the soft elasticity of her perky smooth breasts, Naruto fell silent and allowed Katarina to add without challenge. Perhaps I shall visit you, no? See this Accords in action. Snapping back to alert status, unsure how having a third cadre flying around Kyoto would turn out, Naruto responded swiftly. I am sure Benamian has the paperwork. I am still working on my unit's bases. No places for friends to stay as of yet. Despite the unease of explaining Katarina's presence within his domain, or maybe because of said unease, Naruto had been using the presented breast as a stress ball and playing with it distractedly, causing its owner, Hana, to cover her mouth to prevent moaning too loudly. "Pupsick! What are you playing at? That should be done immediately." Katarina had never spoken to him so seriously, almost incredulous at the thought he didn't have his bases lined up. Naruto shot back. "I just got this sector, remember? The amount of issues here is not very conducive to construction." Squeezing then flicking the hardened nipple at the end and was now playing with said nipple beneath his finger and twirling it. He then said with more force than he intended, "The devils are hyperactive here, those damn pests of the human faction are not getting the hint, and don't get me started on the rogue situation." Glaring at nothing in particular by the end. It took about 30 seconds for Katarina to reply softly. "I see, my apologies. Just don't question my abilities again. I am new to this, but not stupid," Naruto added with a firm pinch and pull of the breast's nipple in hand. He hears her sigh and then reply. "Forgive my rudeness, Naruto. I meant nothing ill by it." Naruto took his time to respond, still softly cupping and gently squeezing the soft tissue of the Inuzuka breast rhythmically. But when he did, it was softer and trailed after a sigh. "We'll speak later." His female counterpart just hummed lightly before the line shut off. Sighing hard while staring at the device, Naruto contemplated whether or not that was okay. Damn it, he's trying and things just keep piling on to his plate. Heck, this simple search and destroy mission has turned into a bigger headache than it was supposed to be. From the fighting, they at least know that the devils are searching for any information on the Storm Angel, his Storm Angel. Guess that's to be expected, but still. Another sigh and nod to himself. He should talk to Yasaka and ask about any standing agreements the yokai have with them. His thoughts were cut through by soft, warm lips pressing against his. Blinking olishly, Naruto finds Hana making out with him and his two hands cupping her breasts, pinching and kneading her diamond-hard nipples. He hadn't stopped playing with her breasts as the make-out session passed the minute mark, which also started to become less tender and more hungry. Her more feral nature suddenly began to take hold, and she was trying to take control of the situation, but his frustrations began to surface. Why is she forcing this? Hana suddenly bit his lip while pulling back slightly, breathing hard for the first time in 2 minutes, but keeping their noses touching, and she softly growled at him. His slit eyes narrow on her. The stare down was intense. His hands hadn't stopped playing with her breasts beneath her shirt. That changed as she pulled back further, and she lifted her standard-issue black shirt over her head, dropping it off the bed, to reveal her large breasts and bright red nipples to him without reservation. Hana then reclaims his lips with more force than before, pressing him against the headboard and finally grabbing his wrists, pushing them into her bust harder. Her tongue bullies his for a little bit until he forces her back and his defenses are now up. She ambushes him by grinding against his crotch, getting the reaction she wanted. Just a little more. Breaking from the forceful lip lock, Hana moves down his jaw, and licks his ear then down to his neck with kisses. His soft hum was conducive to her plan, urging her in as she began to gently graze his tanned skin with her canines. In response, Naruto too was kissing her neck and shoulder, which pushed Hana to bite his neck lightly, playfully even. That was the wrong thing to do. Despite it barely registering, the light jolt knocked Naruto's sexual frustration aside long enough for his mind to process things and make a more reasonable decision. The next moment, he pushes Hana off him and to the other side of the bed and let off a low warning growl. Caught off guard, Hana was frozen in place and looked like a deer caught by a hunter, dead to rights. They stared for a solid 10 seconds before Naruto got up, only then noticing his belt had been loosened and fixed it as he left wordlessly. He needed air, and these damn pheromones are messing with his thoughts. Jinjigaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Ino enters the tower to find Cheyenne packing up for the day, and before she could call out, the former shrine maiden did. "I was wondering when you would come to me, Ino-chan." Finishing aligning the tower's roster, before looking up at the approaching woman at the end and catching the surprise upon the face of the Mind Walker. With a coy smile, Cheyenne added, "I can literally see the future." Why are you surprised that I knew you would be coming? Blinking owlishly, Ino chuckled before shaking her head and then spoke. Right. I forgot you could do that. Most have. Cheyenne confirmed then sighed, muttering lowly with a tight frown. Except Naruto. He seemed to have figured out how it works better than I do. Leaning on the chest-high desk, Ino quirked a brow before asking. You can't see him anymore? Cheyenne shook her head before explaining. I don't think so, no. I remember a few weeks ago, during the construction, I came to him for his night shift and he somehow managed to manipulate my sight, making me see. She trailed off as her cheeks began to heat up heavily, getting a chuckle from Ino, who nodded before asking. Speaking of our idiot, Samui is the one you need to speak to. Cheyenne informed, causing Ino to narrow her eyes. She was her prime suspect, but before she could voice such, her sister girlfriend's eyes began to glow and face going pale. Ino asks, What is it? Swallowing hard, Cheyenne whispered. It's Naruto. Nikon, Mount Caution. At the same time, grumbling about stupid heroes and not leaving well enough alone, Naruto climbed back to his feet and turned back from the cliff edge to face down the 30-odd heroes surrounding him. He had come to this mountain top to clear his head, and these troublemakers had to come find him. This doesn't seem random. Scanning left, then right, then staring at the man in the center, Naruto asks as his hands slip into his pockets. What do you want? Presumably their leader stepped forward with his large tower shield and lance raised, speaking firmly. By the order of humanity, you are hereby ordered to surrender yourself to our custody. Quirking a brow, Naruto tilted his head in confusion when he asked. Order of humanity? You speak for them all? The full-armored paladin sneered behind his faceplate and informed. We are the hero faction. We fight for humanity, speak for humanity. Die for humanity? Naruto finished with a sigh. The paladin missed the sarcasm by a lunar cycle as he snapped back. Now that you know this, you will surrender. As a high-ranking member among the crows. Who said that? Naruto asked, feigning ignorance as he looked down at his still bare feet and pajamas. Though, something told him to pay attention as from the tree line came three figures and the middle one cut through Naruto's mask of aloofness. Beaten and clear signs of torture, paired with the chains and shredded wings, was none other than Amida, the sassy one from the park. She was dropped on the floor and the heroes saw her look towards the cadre, tears in eyes, and mutter, sorry. We will talk later. Naruto stated so calmly, the world itself seemed to fall quiet and a surreal stillness took over reality itself. He then whispered, yet it felt like it was in all their heads at the same time. Let me remove these pests. His sharp blue eyes seemed to glow ominously beneath the moon-filled sky, on a backdrop of flowing mountains and the sanctuary. The cadre came to settle his thoughts. Yet, these humans. The paladin, not one to be cowed, took up position behind his tower shield and made ready his spear while declaring. Now, you will surrender to us or she dies. They say a man's worth is determined by the promises he keeps. Naruto muttered as elegantly as a nobleman. His wings slowly emerged from his back 2 at a time until all 10 were spread wide and the humans gulped, stepping back in fear. The cadre then looked from his subordinate to these dead fools and said, I promised to keep them safe. You made me break that. So I will break you. The paladin thought this fallen had 6, maybe 8 wings at most, but 10? Sure, bringing him down would be. Abruptly the sound of cracking stone, then a lightning-like snap was heard. The paladin jumped back and his shield was punched through by a chain erupting from the ground, piercing through his arm too. Impossible! His gear was supposed to deflect any magic. His thought came to an abrupt halt when the chain yanked the arm sharply and a pop was heard, screams ripping from the man's throat, but was drowned out by the cacophony of them. The cries and screams of pain suddenly halted as they were all slammed into the ground, those that landed first crushed by their fellows after. Despite the pain, the paladin looked up and saw that the cadre hadn't even taken his hands from his pockets. He was just standing there, eyes cold and uncompromising. Grunting, he tried to get up only for the chain, still in his arm, to suddenly jerk, hard. The snap and screams of pain reached Tokyo City. Due to this, most passed out, a few outright died, but Naruto was in no mood for compassion. His frustrations getting the better of him. Damn it, why can't this shit just be easy? Before making his way towards his downed subordinate, who was in awe at the powerful display of her cadre's strength, and not paying attention to him as he whispered. Once I get back I'll make it up to Ino. Full 2 days. Me and her, my room, and she isn't walking straight for the next week. Finally reaching his injured subordinate, he kneeled down, breaks the chains effortlessly and then picks her up gently, princess style. After returning to his feet, ignoring the squeak and flushed cheeks of the purple-haired woman, Naruto then looked towards the distance. He soon took flight and began flying back to the Nikomata compound. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Ino released her hands from Cheyenne's temples and was blushing rather heavily at his final words. Cheyenne sighed, shaking her head, and commented, My, what an envious position I find myself in. Giggling rather delicately, Ino twirls a few strands of her hair distractedly, and nodded while offering back softly. I guess I should forgive whatever happens on this mission if that's how he plans on making it up to me. Cheyenne pouts while muttering. It isn't fair though. You know why he hasn't been with you, Cheyenne-chan. Ino replied, coming back to the room for a bit, placing aside her rapidly forming list to stare pointedly at her fellow blonde. Sighing, the priestess nodded and allowed the former heiress to continue. Admittedly, I am somewhat jealous of you too. Being able to go on dates and the likes. Then why not? Cheyenne began, but Ino snapped a hand up, face stern as she spoke. Do not joke about that, Cheyenne-chan. I love you like a sister, but this upcoming writing session is something my mind, body, and soul craves for, and I will not have you take that from me. Cheyenne's sweat drops at the sex fiend before her, taking this way too seriously, but made no other comment on the subject and offered instead. Then, are you going to talk to Samui? Recalling her earlier mood, Ino shook her head and replied. I will have my Naruto cookies first, then ask him and her after that. Shaking her head in disbelief, Cheyenne is struggling to keep a straight, normal complexion face in the presence of this frustrated woman before her. Naruto better get back soon or she'll do something drastic. Takasaki, Nikomata clan compound. Dropping the net of change just beyond the compound, spilling the countless heroes over the front yawn, so to speak, Naruto lands and hands Miyata over to the awaiting Motiki. Once handed over, the cadre states, Get her some help and keep everyone in check. I'm going to sleep and am not to be disturbed. Nodding, Motiki reports swiftly. I understand, sir. Watching as the cadre power walk back towards their guest quarters. Something must be up. Who is he to question his leadership? Re-entering his assigned room, Naruto finds Hana still there. She was curled up where he left her, not even redressing, but of more immediate concern. Hana Inuzuka was slipping further and further into despair, self-loathing, and fear. Silently locking the door, sealing the room off, Naruto only then approached the woman radiating nothing but dark emotions due to his actions earlier. From what he can safely assume, her thoughts were around letting down her late mother, all the way to being exiled from the pack and leaving her kin. The assumed normal outcome. Sitting beside her, Naruto noticed her flinch back from the brief contact of his bare arms against hers. He waited for her, and thankfully she didn't wait to ask. Am I not to your liking? I thought. Hana Heisa Inuzuka. Naruto whispered, and on reflex she lifted her head, turned and met his gaze dead on and whispered. You used my... It really isn't your fault. Naruto speaks over her, forcing her to silence and allowing him to explain himself. In fact, it's all mine this time. With a single breath to gather his thoughts in a row before voicing them. I still have my canine instincts that have been screaming at me to take you, Toshi, Rimi, Yoshi, and Askai all. You are all absolutely beautiful women that I am proud to call my packmates. Maintaining the intensity of their locked gaze, Naruto continued firmly. I am incredibly attracted to you all, that I will admit without shame and in full confidence. She blushes prettily, wiping her tears away swiftly and getting a soft smile from him as he explained. However, I have to think of you all beyond just our interpersonal relations. Our future is still uncertain and I am still very new at this all, but I am trying my best to protect us all and… If I may… Hana whispered gently, and he nods, so she continued. I want you, Naruto. What is stopping you from accepting that fact? Like, I am literally bare-chested and you haven't looked. I am in love with Ino, Hana, Naruto states flatly. She nodded, knowing that, and so he continues. I know our mindsets have shifted, we both know this, and yes, I am dating both her and Cheyenne, but… You don't want to. I am not done, Naruto stated, and she fell silent again. Sighing, he looked back at her with a smile. I know you are serious about this. That you all are, but we are Shinobi first, instinct second. We have to endure our urges and talk this out. When we get back, we'll gather the pack, including Kiba and Sakura, and both my girlfriends to properly sort this out. He leans his head back against the wall, taking a breath before continuing. I am a Kage of what we have left, meaning I am supposed to protect everyone, to help guide the next generation to be better than we ever were. The will of fire. Yeah, Naruto whispered as he chuckled lightly, looking back to Hana, who herself was looking back down at her knees against her chest and had her arms wrapped around them. Sighing softly, he called, Hana, causing her to snap to him, and he continued. This is a one-time deal, as right now, I am incredibly frustrated, due to my poor planning and not thinking this mission would last this long. Politics. Politics. Naruto confirmed her statement with a nod before sighing, then getting serious as he spoke softer. I will warn you and give you this one chance to walk away. I probably won't take it easy on you. It is taking me a lot of self-control to not pounce on someone as beautiful as you right now. Blushing at the sudden compliment, Hana looked away while biting her lip and… Who was she kidding? Turning back to him, she uncurled and crawled up onto his lowering legs, mounting him with a surprising amount of confidence, and while running her hands over his bare chest, she stares into his slit blue eyes. Hana says firmly, I am not some weak, fragile woman, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I am a proud Inuzuka and I want you, hero of the Fourth War, leader of the Alliance, my clan leader, the strongest man I or my kin know and future of. Abruptly, she was cut off by his lips meeting hers. A hungry make-out session that went on for a full 2 minutes. When they parted, with his arms supporting her form, slowly and hesitantly with saliva bridging the gap between them, he whispered, You talk too much. Her grin grew, her black staring into his blue as she whispered back, Says the one trying to justify this. Delicately, her hands fall from his shoulders, across his chest, passing his firm abs and down to his belt. As she works on freeing her prize, Hana's whisper continues. A powerful man like yourself, the last of your clan no less, is expected to have more than one partner. At least, we expected that. Running his hands up and down her smooth back, Naruto asked slowly. Is that so? Pulling his bottoms clear of her thighs and down past his knees, then taking hold of his throbbing penis carefully, reverently almost, Hana nodded as she matched his soft volume. Back home, there's a law. I knew of it, but it was never used. His hands circle her waist and run up her abdomen with careful precision, while she continued to rub him softly, getting him ready as she adds. Since coming here, though, we have only ever had eyes for you. As you said, our mindset has shifted and we had noticed we are more aware of our place within our pack mindset. A risen brow was the limit of Naruto's facial expression, his eyes slowly dropping to half-lit as she was rubbing him against her wet vagina lips, but listened as she continued. We don't care that Ino is your girlfriend, queen, or even lead female. We are yours, and so… Lowering herself down on his dick, Hana let out a satisfied moan as her insides were pushed aside by his entry, head drooping forward and resting against his shoulder. She focuses on her breathing while feeling his against her neck, that was followed by his lips, sending shudders up then down her spine. Admittedly, Hana felt like she was prepared for this, she really did. Yet this pressure, this pleasure. She underestimated him, something she won't do again now that she's aware. With some effort, she began grinding back and forth, feeling his shaft graze against everything and forcing a moan from her lips. But this was the fastest way to get accustomed to this. With her strength returning, Hana pulls back and finds herself in another tongue war immediately. A war she was losing. That could not last. She had to make sure he would take her seriously. Fighting back with everything she had, trying to overpower him, their make-out session became more feral over passionate. Hana's grinding increased in force, and the sound of flesh hitting flesh began to ride out as she began sliding back and forth. She would rule him at this rate. She was deceived. Feeling the push back for what it was, Naruto let her think he was submitting for all of 30 seconds. For that was the time he needed to allow his normally suppressed feral nature to assert itself. Hana must have sensed it too and abruptly pulled back, lips a bright pink from their battle and her eyes sharp, movement halted. His were sharper as he stared her down. Naruto, though, let out a tut, and grabbed her by her waist to push her down, but she fought back and growled, not wanting to concede the top position. Not in the mood, he forced her down with full strength and pinned her to the bed. She tried to swing at him, but he caught her two wrists and slammed his lips on hers. Their makeout was hot, wet, passionate, and somewhat vicious, but Naruto knew she was enjoying every moment of it. After all, her pussy was clamping onto him as she continued to buck her hips up onto his stationary penis. Pulling back, clearly against her will as she tried to follow, Naruto watched her near enough pout. No, that was one sexy pout. He watched as she continued to ride up on him for a few moments and abruptly, he thrusted. Hard. She gasped and moaned, truly enjoying this rough handling. He isn't one to judge. Thrust after thrust, Hana's moans were relentless, and her body's twitching and shuddering got more and more noticeable. With her arms up, restrained by his, she couldn't do anything but accept it. No plans to, this is what she wanted, but by the log. Her back arches and a scream of ecstasy echoed. Thank the sage he put up that barrier, as it appears she's a screamer, Naruto muses. Seeing her weakly trying to regain her bodily control, he pulls out and she lets out an actual whimper, eyes locking on to his in worry. Smirking, Naruto releases his grip on her arms. That immediately went to grab him, but he was faster in flipping her over onto her stomach. Again, still coming down from that orgasm, Hana was barely able to lift her head before he re-entered, hard and in one push to the back. It was rough, hard, and most definitely, that was number 2. Nowhere near the peak of the first, but an orgasm nonetheless. Again, before she could resist, oh, how she loved that fact, her arms were held against her back as he began pushing, slapping against her ass to thrust all the way in. Her hair grabbed, head pulled back so that she could see him, her lips then claimed, and all the while he was rearranging her pussy. It was too much to think of as her body was screaming out in joy and pleasure in equal measure. She submitted to his will as is only natural. Breaking the lip lock, Naruto felt his end rapidly approaching. Out of practice and the fact that his partner tonight has been gradually getting tighter the entire time since he flipped her and gave her that make-out. Now though, watching her ass jiggle under his pounding of the rippling drenched depths, Naruto couldn't find himself to care and just decided to push harder, deeper, and abruptly, he pulled out and blew hard on her back, dick sliding between those heavenly ass cheeks as he thrusted against air and unloading with grunts and whines of "Damn! Hana!" Panting hard, he maintained his position above her, and head hanging back as he tries to stabilize himself, mind a haze. Jerking, Naruto snapped back and looked back down at his dick to find Rimi sucking it softly, but with intent. Ascari and Toshi were licking his cum off Hana's back. Slender arms he knew were Yoshi's came from behind, her pointed bare nipples pressing into his back as she whispered lustfully, "The night is young!" The morning after. Silently closing the door on the bundle of bodies that makes up the bulk of the Inuzuka clan, Naruto heads towards the main building fully armed as if ready for war and far calmer than he's been in a full week. Despite the numerous close calls, and using the appropriate amount of force to get them to submit to him, He had successfully defended his title of unlimited stamina and tired out each and every one of them. Damn, did Naruto really need that release? It seems that his canine nature imprinted into his being from having Kurama sealed within him from birth, and a little from before that he suspects, and his fallen nature make a rather potent combination. Seems this is his mindset shift, or an aspect of it at least. Spotting Kiba walking with Suzu, Naruto recognizes something had shifted between the two and grew a smirk. Oh. Kiba, you sly dog. Not that he's one to say anything. No doubt, the same thing affecting him, is affecting him and the Inuzuka the same way. Even the cute little Ascari became lustful incarnate when put into the right conditions. She is by far the most flexible, in every way that may or may not matter. Reaching them at the door to the main building, Naruto called out. Morning, you two. Have a good night? Suzu flushed red, Kiba grinned and nodded while replying. Damn straight. What about you? Shrugging, Naruto replied cryptically. Got a good night rest, sure. But I think we should aim for an early afternoon departure. I am bored of lazing around doing nothing. Looking to the vixen, he added. Assuming your negotiations are going well? Clearing her throat delicately, avoiding the grin of the Inuzuka and ignoring the pink hue to her cheeks, Suzu replied. They are going somewhere. It seems that Lady Magari is being very particular about things. Rising a brow, Naruto asks. How particular? Her tight frown told him everything he needed, and so he grunted before looking to Kiba. The Inuzuka nodded and allowed Naruto to look to the kitsune, then ordered. Let me handle this. We have other things to handle and being tied down here is not on my to-do list. Bowing her head, Suzu reported. Thank you, sensei. Takasaki, Nikomata clan compound, main building. Strolling in with Suzu on his left, Kiba on his right, Naruto's whole posture radiated no nonsense, and forced the scattered Nikomata to step aside, more than a few drooling over his confidence and passive power release. Including a particular one who happened to be the runt of their leader's last litter and happened to follow after them, her three tails swaying suggestively. As the trio reached the head office, the two guards by the door find their throats dry and needed to swallow hard at the sight of this powerful and dangerously handsome man approaching them. Before they could ask, the voice of their lady came through the door. Let them in. Parting the door allowed unfettered access to their leader, but they were still caught near enough fainting from his smile at them. Oh, by the fluff. Entering the small office, Naruto and Kiba come face to face with the leader of the Nikomata clan. An apparently young cat, white fur with black spots all over and the very defining characteristic being her swaying 7 tails. When she finished rubbing her nose with her paw and lowered it, the feline looked over the fallen leader then spoke. Relax, young one. I was wondering what it would take to force your hand. With arms folded, Naruto replied calmly. Stalling purposefully for an audience with me is not exactly making me think any higher about you. We came here on Lady Yasaka's request. To assist in your hero problem and protect her envoy. Gesturing to Suzu standing at his left before adding. So I would appreciate that you forego that attitude and not waste our time. Eyeing up this man critically silently for several moments, the feline nodded slowly before offering. Then tell me, young one, why are you in an alliance with the Western faction? The Grigori is attempting to fix up our image alongside our internal reshuffle. Naruto replied coolly, but the feline looked unconvinced and voiced that. And the omitted truths? Such dualities do not work on me, boy. Tough, that's all you're getting. Naruto snipped, his annoyance slipping out into his tone as he adds. We have no answers for those beyond the alliance, nor do we trust such information to people we do not know. The choice is yours. The stare down was long and intense, but eventually the cat nodded while saying, Indeed, the choice is mine. Then, allow me to say that I wanted to meet the leader of the ones the 5 principal clans are investigating. Feeling another headache coming, Naruto sighed and asked, Do I want to know who they are or? Depends. The cat retorts, staring dead into his eyes and continuing. Will you ally with us too? Waving that off, Naruto retorts. Not here for direct diplomatic talks. Just as escort for Suzu-chan here. Sensei, please do not be rude, Suzu announced, not bothering trying to be discreet, face meeting palm. The cadre glances to her and shrugged, Naruto responding. She started it. Why are you chiding me? Though, the cat perked up at that small detail. These two fallen were atypical of their race, she could sense something just beyond her ability. She had hoped that meeting them would make it easier to determine what, but whatever they are doing to suppress whatever it is truly top tier. Being that as it may, this crucial clue might be what it is and, even if she's wrong, that she doubts, might provide something she can use, thus spoke. A fallen teaching a kitsune. How far they have fallen. Yet before Suzu could retort in annoyance, Naruto rose a hand and she froze. Meeting this cat's gaze with his own, the cadre stated bluntly. Nice try, but you won't be getting that information. It's alliance-only information. Her tails flicked in annoyance at this smart, as seeing through her so simply. With a sigh, the cat continued. Very well. Then, as a gesture of good faith, and an olive branch from us to you. Abruptly she meowed lowly, and the door opens again and in stepped three girls, two familiar in the form of Enionly, and the third looked like a tall human form of the cat before them. Said Seven Tails continued. These three kittens will act as our ambassadors to the Western faction. In 2 months, I shall pay a direct visit and lead a Eastern faction delegation to work on our admittance to your alliance. Looking back to the elder cat, Naruto asks. Why are you going so far? We haven't offered you anything. You may have acted in self-interest, Fallen. The cat speaks calmly, almost wistfully so, and paired with the head tilt, it somewhat adds to the wizened voice of a well-lived life. However, the destruction of the 2 hero camps and the safe return of our captured kin proves that we should not look away from our kin in the West. They called upon your strength to aid us in our time of need. Naruto nodded to that, so the Seven Tails continued. It makes our original disagreement with the Kitsune seem rather trivial. With the renewed threat of the hero faction on the rise, and the ever-present threat of the devils and their corruptive influence, we may struggle to keep our isolation much longer. So you need help? Suzu asked softly and got a low groan from the elder cat, but a delicate throat clearing from the group behind the 2 Fallen and Kitsune drew all eyes to the middle, unknown woman who spoke. Help may be too strong a word. Insurance is closer to what my mother is looking for. Nodding, Kiba commented. Makes sense. If we pushed it, it'll take about an hour or 2 for us to get here. An hour for me. Naruto informed with a side eye on his brother, Kiba grinning back and offered. Want to race back? Absolutely not. Suzu cut in, arms forming a cross, and Kiba looked like a kicked puppy, Naruto muses. Damn, Suzu moves quick, or maybe that's just Kiba's thing, strong authoritative women. Blinking at that, Hana's father died when she was young, grew up without him. Samui never knew or met hers. Cheyenne's was an absentee too, never met or knew of the guy. To his knowledge. Shizuka and Ren, goes without saying too. The only one of his potentials with a positive father figure is Ino. Naruto wanted to face palm upon this realization, but he was in the middle of something important. Instead, he looks forward and states, inadvertently cutting through the small talk around him. So you want us to take them back to Kyoto? For what purpose does that serve you? He knew these shrewd types, a common occurrence in the shinobi world, and no doubt Kiba is thinking the same thing. The Seven Tails sway calmly as an illusion of such, but internally the clan head was annoyed at this one's perceptiveness. She didn't let it slip into her voice and instead parted with 2 truths and a lie. To act as our interim representatives, investigate the benefits of this alliance, and if you are willing, become your students alongside the young Kitsune there. Frowning internally, Naruto knew she wasn't being truthful, entirely. A carefully worded statement, and something completely reasonable. Ultimately, it isn't his choice to make, despite Yasaka's words to him, and thus looked to said one-off student. Getting the message loud and clear, Suzu thought on it for a few seconds before looking back to the clan head and announcing. Lady Magari, I, as representative of the Western faction, accept this provisional proposal and will await your arrival in 2 months with anticipation. She alone bows at the end, the clan head inclining her head in return before commenting. When will you be departing? Suzu looks to her sensei, Naruto replying to the group. Our relief force will be here in an hour or so. After handoff, we will set off back to Kyoto. Nodding, the finally identified Magari looks to the 3 subordinates of hers and orders. Yuma and Aili. Be ready by then. All 3 nodded and responded in unison. Yes, ma'am. After they left, Magari looked between the 2 fallen and asked, Are you not going to introduce yourselves? Naruto looked to Kiba. Kiba looked to Naruto. Both shrugged before Suzu whispered, Kiba-kun, sensei. Kiba straightened immediately. Naruto just looked at her like she was stupid. Did she think that would work on him? A freaking Kage? A seraphim of the fallen? Seriously? Switching tactics, Suzu offered a sweet smile and asked, Are you going to be rude to our host? Shrugging off this sweet attack, Cheyenne's is far more intense, Naruto replied calmly. Rude? She hasn't shown me the same courtesy, so why would I? Sighing into her face palm, Suzu tried a different approach and glared at him. Sensei, then be the bigger man and… She paused upon seeing his twitching upper lip, narrowing her eyes on him as it was clear she wasn't being taken seriously, and that was pissing her off something fierce. Her tail swayed dangerously and slightly puffed out, a low growl. Take me seriously, sensei. You are so adorable when you're mad. Naruto commented, patting her head gently and with no hesitation. The worst thing about this fact was that Suzu was trying really, really hard not to enjoy it. She really did. No one has petted her since her mother, and that was back when she was but a kid. Naruto found it amusing watching this fierce vixen slowly crack under his administrations and turning into that tiny little kid again, assuming, of course, he was recalling what baby foxes are called correctly. Something told him this was critical information to know, dealing with kitsune so often. Back in Kyoto, 2 adult and 1 kid vixens suddenly sneezed in unison. As amusing as the scene before her was playing out to be, this fallen's success in pacifying the upset kitten added to her decision. Magari finally introduced herself. Well, yes, you make a valid point. My name is Magari, clan leader of this Clouder of Nikomata. Nodding, Naruto introduced himself. Naruto. Cadre of the Grigori, Fallen's First Legion, the Night Wings. Kiba announced next. Kiba. Member of the Fire Company of the Fallen First Legion, the Night Wings. Magari just nodded to hide her surprise. She, like many others, had heard rumors of the Fallen's reshuffle into legions, and did not think too much on it. Until now, seeing as these 2 are members of the first of said legions must mean they are the best of the best the Grigori have. Yes, sending her last daughter with them is most fortunate, and a wise move if she can secure a mate among them. It would be ideal if she snagged this Naruto character, but as a cadre, he no doubt has many who seek his favor. Maybe among their ranks, there is one who is of sufficient authority she may attract. Somewhere in the Honshu province, a certain Nara sneezed suddenly and knew that something troublesome was heading his way. He also suspected that his friend has something to do with it. Damn that demon Uzumaki. Anyway, Magari-san, Naruto began, dragging the woman from her thoughts as he continued. I need to get back to my troops. Ensure they are staying out of trouble and get them ready to leave. Nodding, the cat form of Magari offered back. Very well. You have my thanks and your assistance for this endeavor. I shall be in touch. With that said, the trio left with again, only Suzu offering a bow before following after the 2 fallen. Watching them go, Magari's eyes were locked on Naruto's back. To her, it was clear that this man was leading a great change and was certain he knew that too. Standing against such a figure such as that was foolhardy and dangerous. Throwing her litter in with him, however, is not without risks. Oh, these next few years are no doubt going to be increasingly interesting. She needs to contact the others and convince Nurarihayan of this being the correct choice. No doubt, he will be stubborn about siding with the West. Magari will not tolerate it this time. That cadre is leading a change unlike anything else prior. A new age is among them, and she will not allow the West to solely benefit from their alliance. The Kanto Yukai will stand with Kyoto Yukai, and maybe, just maybe, the Okayama Yukai and the Kishi Yukai will join them too. Releasing her claws from her raised paw, she inspects them all carefully and nods along to her thoughts. A united Yukai faction sounds perfect. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Mid-afternoon saw the return of the Nightwing Squadron, notably larger than the team that left, yet somehow more fitting for a cadre to fly with. At the gates of the palace stood Yasaka, Ko, and Kuratsuchi, who watched as the 21 fallen, carrying 7 Yukai, come in and land before them with unnecessarily graceful movements. The Yukai were released and Naruto stepped forward, Hana and Motiki at his side. Yasaka looked over the gathering before looking to the squad leader and listened as the cadre reported. Lady Yasaka, mission was successfully accomplished. Suzu-chan has the diplomatic details for you and will present it at an appropriate time. Nodding in understanding, Yasaka asked about the obvious bulge in numbers. Yes, I will see that in my office. However, can you explain the extra manpower? Chuckling in amusement, that traveled among the other Grigori members, Naruto answered. An unintended consequence of the actions of both the hero and devil factions. Nodding her understanding, Yasaka gestured to continue, to which he did. These guys were assigned to monitor the heroes in the region and report back to the Grigori. Problems arose when devils showed up, looking for information on a certain storm angel, and they began a battle out in Yamanashi. Our arrival ended it. Frowning at the news, Yasaka nodded in understanding again before responding. I am going to need that report immediately. I have a meeting with the devil faction in 2 hours. All the freshly arrived stiffened at that. Damn, talk about timing. As Naruto thought on that, Kuratsuchi spoke up. Are we taking them back to the shrine? That drew her male counterpart's attention. Naruto really didn't want to, he really didn't, but seeing this many fallen angels might make things harder for their allies. Their home is a perfectly masked and calibrated dead zone that none can see through, even Yasaka and the heavens are yet to see through. Guess he has to shift towards Curse-Seal research after he hands off this report. Sighing, Naruto looks over the gathered with a face of absolute tungsten as he spoke with all the authority, as a cadre. I am only giving you this one warning, this one chance, and one opportunity, so I suggest you engrave this onto your souls so you do not forget what I am about to say. The tension spiked past recorded limits, forcing lumps to be swallowed and weights to sink into stomachs across the force. This is the presence of the strongest cadre coming down on them all and forced their nods. His razor-sharp gaze flowed over them in silence for a full half-minute before Naruto spoke again. Under normal circumstances, I would not even contemplate this. However, this situation deems it required. Thus, you fallen will be brought into our headquarters to hide out from the Devil's Envoy. Now they knew why. They were about to be granted access to the mythical base of the even more mythical headquarters of the Ghost Unit. The ones that hid their existence to only recently. With the essence of the void in his tone, Naruto could not impress this enough but tried. This place is not to be known by anyone. If you ever even think about exposing this secret, you, everyone you know, and everyone who heard will die. Some swore they heard their hearts stop, not wanting to break the heavy silence nor draw the absolutely deathly glare of all the present Nightwings were giving them. Growling deep and deathly, Naruto spoke again. Eye clear? With textbook precision, a fear-driven salute was made and the unified call of, As glass, sir! With a sneer, Kuratsuchi spread her 10 wings and added, Be sure that it remains as such. You will not be the first we've silenced nor the last. The collective gulp could be felt from the moon upon realizing this woman was the clear second-in-command and a cadre too. They knew she was a fallen, her Nightwing uniform made that obvious, but a second cadre, oh boy. Turning back to the leader of Kyoto, eyes still Arctic blue, Naruto informed. We shall be returning to our headquarters and keep to a non-presence observation stance. If they get rowdy, just flare your chakra. We'll be here in less than 30 seconds. Nodding stiffly, Yasaka replied swiftly. Hopefully, that is not required. Your concern is comforting, and should I need it, I will call. Nodding, Naruto then turned back to the group of fallen and ordered. I want silence until we arrive. Keep your flying tight and do not stray, or so help me you will live the rest of forever as a fucking vegetable. Another salute for good measure before he took flight, the Grigori members remaining in perfect formation as they follow him. The other Nightwings bring up the rear and the Yukai all watch them silently. Kosaka whispered to his friend. I forgot how absolutely terrifying Sensei can be at times. Izuhara nodded and whispered back. Tell me about it. Thought I'd start shedding my coat early. Clearing her throat, Yasaka drew attention to herself as she looked to the newcomers as she spoke. Lee, welcome back. The twin Nikomata nodded and allowed her to look at the third cat, who looked like a much younger version of that seven-tailed Nico, and ask. And who is this? Stepping forward and bowing, Yuma introduced herself. Good day, Lady Yasaka. My name is Yuma, youngest daughter of Lady Magari. I am here as an interim representative of the Nikomata clan. Smiling softly, masking her concern, Yasaka nodded and offered. Then, Yuma-san, welcome to the Western faction. I am sure you and Suzu-chan have much to discuss with me. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, Training Ground 1. Having taken the scenic route, Naruto leads the squadron around towards the village from the rear and flares his chakra just as the barrier becomes visible. This brings the whole village into view of the non-Nightwings who were stunned by the sudden appearance of a small village. They pass over the fields of produce and the fabrication district before proceeding directly towards the training ground. This drew attention of those already there and more than a few moved to greet them. Touching down, Naruto leads the gentle landing among a clearing filled with loose weapons and gauged ground, though there is 2 sets of 3 logs poking up vertically at either end. Stretching out, he groaned out. Finally home, it's good to be back. Turning back, Naruto watches as the Grigori members observe their surroundings carefully, and found himself doing the same but on them. When their eyes land on his form, his arms were crossed as he addressed them. Now then, welcome to the Hidden Shrine Village. Home of the Nightwings. They all nodded and so he continued. You will be given temporary accommodation during your stay here. Food is on a scheduled basis. Medical care is on hand at any time of day or night. If you wish to fight, whether to blow of steam or gain strength, there are training grounds like this one. Getting more nods, Naruto finishes. Any other needs can be handled at the central tower. Whilst here, you are not permitted to leave without my consent regardless of if you are supervised or not. You may walk among us, but you are not Nightwings, thus we do not trust you. Behave and that may change. After a shrug, he offered an olive branch. Who knows? You may just earn full-time housing here. Naruto then turns back to see his own beginning to gather up. But to his surprise a new event took place as Tagaki shot forward and called out. Imai Nishi! You're safe! Both four-winged fallen blink at that, spotting there. Imai called back. Nei-chan! The 2 sisters rush and embrace with Nishikiri a step behind, creating a joyous moment for a family reunion. Naruto, though, recalled that one of Tagaki's conditions required the rescue of her siblings from Kokubil's forces. Blinking at that, it seems that Snake Helios does indeed work for him. What a happy happenstance. One less thing to deal with independently. Looking to his side, Ino and Cheyenne stood watching the reunion with gentle smiles. Naruto looks beyond them to see Sakura and Chojuro and called out. Chojuro, get them settled in temp housing. Sakura, check the wounded and standard medical checkups, then come see me. Getting 2 nods back, he looks to his girlfriends and says, We have a lot to talk about, but business comes first. Both ladies nod seriously, and allowed Naruto to look to his pack and order. I want reports done ASAP and personally delivered to my office. We have a lot to do, as usual. All the Inuzuka nodded to that and allowed him to search out for, there. Motiki. Once the 6-winged fallen looked to him, Naruto ordered. I want a full report on your mission too. Need it for both the Yukai and Grigori records. Nodding in understanding, Motiki replied. It will be done, sir. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Perry Citri jerked awake to find herself on a couch of some kind, in an unfamiliar office, but was immediately on alert as around the room were numerous fallen in the same uniform as that elite who captured her. Best guess, their base of operations or facility of some kind. A quick check confirms that her magic is firmly sealed, all powers locked away beyond her control, and thus, she was barely even human level of strength right now. She was at their mercy. As irked as that makes her feel, they clearly awoke her for a reason and were kind enough to let her awaken her atop a soft couch in place of the floor. Perhaps, they are reasonable people after all. A voice drew her to the only desk in the room. Devil-san. Slid purple met slid blue, and Perry breathed in sharply at the sight of the same cadre from before. Wearing that same uniform, leaning back against the desk, or sitting on its edge, and staring right back at her while sipping tea. After swallowing, he offered. We have questions for you, Devil-san. Answer them truthfully and your stay with us will be comfortable. Lie to us, you nor your peerage will live to tell about it. Standard stuff, expected of the captor-captive dynamic, and Perry knew she had no pieces to play here. If she wanted to get home, cooperating is all she could do, and hope they would abide by their own words. Pushing up and taking a seated position, she nodded, and said, Do I have your word that my peerage and I will not be harmed? Upon his singular nod, Perry presses. Please say it. As long as you cooperate, fully and truthfully, with our questioning, you will be returned to your government unharmed. The cadre informed sternly, and she didn't detect a lie at all, but something about the wording put Perry on edge. Taking a breath, the Citri was about to speak when a woman with the strangest amethyst eyes offered her a cup of tea and a smile. Giving her thanks with a nod, Perry took the offered tea and relaxed at the soft, soothing light jasmine tea. It was perfectly brewed. Swallowing it, a sigh of contentment slipped through the Citri's delicate lips without meaning to, causing a light blush to come to her pale cheeks. But the fallen in the room just chuckled at her reaction as a blonde one commented. Yeah, as expected of the tea maestro. The blonde with the unique eyes smiled with a tint of pink on her cheeks as she replied. It's a hobby of mine. Besides, I don't see you complaining. Before the other blonde could say anything back, the cadre spoke commandingly. That's enough, both of you. We have a guess here, right? Both fallen in question nod to him, and he sighs before looking back at the Citri and began. Hopefully we can start on the right foot by asking, what is your name? Report 16 Bears, Bats, and Ravens. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. Yasaka has been powering through the reports given to her by the Night Wings. What a mission this turned out to be. What was supposed to be, in Naruto's words, a simple search and rescue mission turned into a political disaster or blessing. Perhaps, this simple mission could be used to their advantage and push things depending on how things go with this meeting. Sighing, Yasaka rolled up the scroll of the devil transgressions they have found, though it was also noted that more will come, but time was up and they gave her this last half hour to read these highlights. However, as she put it aside, her eyes landed upon the current prisoner list, and those confirmed KI on the last few missions. An ace card if things get messy, however it could also backfire and get violent. Her guards are nearby and the Nightwings are on call too, plus she is not weak herself, so Yasaka felt confident she held the cards. The expected knock came and her equally expected call came soon thereafter. Enter! Tr. Lara entered in first, parting both doors and announcing, Lady Yasaka, Lady Seraphal Leviathan of the new devil faction has arrived to see you. In came the Satan of diplomatic relations, the shortest of the current for leadership. Seraphal Leviathan stepped in with her normal magical girl outfit and her hair in twin ponytails while smiling brilliantly. She stood at a diminutive 5'2", her body childlike despite her large breasts, and her blue eyes seemed to glimmer with a similar childish innocence. Speaking diplomatically, as per her station, Seraphal claimed, Lady Yasaka, it is a pleasure to finally get to meet you in person like this. Standing behind her desk, making her way around it, Yasaka met her guest halfway and replied, Yes, well, It is unfortunate it took so long. My council has gone under a series of rearrangements as of late. My workload has been rather uncooperative due to it. The two shake hands and exchange polite smiles briefly before moving back towards the formidable desk, taking their respective positions that seemed to transmit their respective positions of power. The visiting Satan, unknowingly looking up at her host, and the hosting Kyoto leader, looking down. After the tense silence moment, Yasaka opened the meeting by saying, "Regardless of my unwilling schedule to cooperate, you called for this meeting, Lady Leviathan, so do tell me what brings you to my doorstep?" Nodding stiffly, Seraphol spoke formally. "Well, yes. I am sure you recall our request a few weeks ago now, yes?" Upon the vixen's nod, the devil continued. "Our own investigation has revealed that the parties responsible are here in Japan, and as such, we came to ask if you know anything about them." After a moment, Yasaka replied calmly and without giving anything away. "From what I understand, Lady Leviathan, is that the perpetrator was a fallen, not one of my own. So why bring this to me? This is your territory, Lady Yasaka," Seraphol says in a matter-of-fact way, making it clear that she believed the yokai had information. This was met with a calm smile, so the devil pressed. "I highly doubt that you are unaware of their presence or identity to be operating so close to your doorstep. It is also common knowledge that the Western faction have relations with the Grigori. Strained at best, Lady Leviathan," Yasaka clarified firmly and believably, seeing as she did not see the Nightwings as members of the Grigori, but rather as some of her own who work with the Grigori. Technically speaking, she wasn't exactly wrong, technically speaking, that is. Not sensing a lie and holding her tongue for now, Seraphol nodded stiffly before continuing. "Regardless, you must have known something else by now, seeing as the power used is rather close to your own allies, no?" A hum from the vixen as she leaned back in her seat. Yasaka thought on how best to answer that. After that moment passed, getting comfortable, she answered calmly once more. "Admittedly, the news came as a shock to both my own and the Shinto pantheon, so yes. We have done our own investigation in the matter. However, I have no reason to share that information with you, Lady Leviathan. Perhaps we could come to an agreement?" Seraphol asked, and the vixen rose an eyebrow before gesturing to continue, which she did. "For the information we ask for, we will pay for it with 20 phoenix tears. An respectable offer to be sure, however the Nightwing's chakra healing is far more readily available, so Yasaka felt no way in responding with a firm offer. However, I must turn it down." "Why?" Seraphol asked with a risen brow, face blank as she added. "The woman involved is a member of the Grigori, not your own. Tell me, Lady Seraphol." Yasaka spoke airily this time, leaning on her armrest, fingers supporting her head and face showing boredom, perhaps, as she continued. "Why would I subject anyone to the justice your faction apparently holds so tightly?" Her face of diplomacy cracked, when Seraphol replied tightly. "Over 300 of our people were injured in that unprovoked attack. Do they not deserve unprovoked?" Yasaka prodded with a delicately raised brow, face of incredulous disbelief upon her face. As the Satan went to rebuff, the vixen added, "Then tell me, Lady Seraphol, what were those innocent 300 devils doing in Japan anyway? We were not informed of their presence there, so we could inform our own in the region. They were responding to the aggressive action by the hero faction," Seraphol stated firmly and somewhat convincingly, before adding, "It was a sudden attack and we were planning on informing you of the action after we had fended them off." Yasaka's smirk was predatory, telling the Satan that she knew the real reason and that she knew she was bending recent history to fit her narrative. Frowning, Seraphol asked, "You do not trust us? Do I have a reason to?" Yasaka asks with a nobly clipped risen brow, deciding to slap the first charge down. Again, before Seraphol could offer a defense, she swiftly added, "After all, how can you claim to be fighting against the human faction when you have the likes of Nabirius hunting my fellows for resource harvesting?" The Satan stiffened, eyes darkening. "That can't be right thus," Seraphol rebuffed sharply. "That is a baseless I do not make the claim lightly, nor do I appreciate you trying to cover for them a second time. Yasaka warned firmly, eyes hardening as she stared dead in the violet eyes of the former Citri. After a moment, Serafal spoke carefully. May I see? I'll show you mine if you show me yours. Yasaka stated with a steel undertone, but the devil didn't budge and decided to play it safe, Serafal replying. I shall investigate this when I get back. Be sure that you do, and please remember to inform your houses that attacking my people will not be tolerated. Yasaka informed, and now the Leviathan seat holder was nervous, suspecting that wasn't all the things the yokai had up their sleeves. Putting that aside, Serafal asked with feigned confidence she didn't have. I will be sure to do so, however, our current agreement regarding Kutown. Blinking at that, Yasaka recalled that and nodded before replying. What about it? Your two heiresses are in control of it, no? Nodding, Serafal replied swiftly. That is what I wanted to ensure. That our previous agreements were not in jeopardy due to some misunderstanding between us. Waving that off with her free hand, Yasaka replied curtly. We actually respect our agreements, Lady Serafal. Now tell me why you bring this up. Internally frowning at that jab, Serafal asks bluntly. We heard about your new alliance. As much as Yasaka wanted to be surprised by that, maybe the Satan thought she would be too, but in all honesty, Naruto spoils everything. He and his Nightwings had already informed her of such as the second spy was found by Ko, was broken pretty quickly. Her confession was included in the information packet she had in her desk. Not getting the reaction she thought she would get, Serafal pressed. Earlier you said that the Yukai and Grigori had a strained relationship at best, yet you signed a new agreement with them and the Heaven faction. That doesn't make sense unless you are lying about something. Again, Yasaka just waited for what she was getting at with a blank stare. Thus, the Satan continued. Why would you sign an agreement with only 2 of the 3 of the biblical faction, unless you were trying to threaten? Serafal, stop. Yasaka stated flatly, causing the 2 women to enter a new staring contest. The vixen continued in the same dead tone. I could keep this up as you have nothing to offer me, nor do I fear your faction's response to my words when I say. Sitting forward, Yasaka growled. Who the hell do you think you are? Again, before the devil could answer, she continued. You come into my house, demanding things from me and my people and expect me to do your bidding? A scoff from the vixen followed, and now Serafal replied stiffly. We want to coexist alongside your... Do I need to remind you of Nibirius and their experiments? Yasaka snipped again, and again Serafal was about to fight back when the vixen stated firmer. That also happened to lead to the Nekisha incident. That caused the Satan to stiffen, recalling that event, but the Kitsune continued. So no, Serafal Leviathan, we do not trust a word you say. Your faction claimed to be progressive, civilized, yet you are clearly an old idea with a new face. Do not dare. Serafal warned with her eyes darkening, sharpening and her magic flaring, but Yasaka did not back down, hissing. You are in my house, Serafal. You do not order me. You wish to start more empty threats. Yasaka scoffs, waving that off and fixing the shorter woman with a glare as she hissed out. Do yourself a favor, Serafal. Check your own people, before you enter someone else's house and speak ill of them. For several moments silence ruled the room. Tialara, by her lady's side, could near enough see the tension mounting, and by the looks of it, the devil's 2 guards could too. Their entire posture was rigid, coiled, and held a modicum of fear. Serafal broke it. Forgive my rudeness, Lady Yasaka. I will pass along your wishes to my council. Upon the vixen's raised brow, she added. We only want peace. You have a funny way of showing it. Yasaka snipped, clearly unconvinced, and with the evidence to back it up, none could blame her for being skeptical. We have made mistakes, however. Serafal began again, emphasizing however to delay the retort, before continuing. We do want peaceful relations with the Yukai people. I understand that mistakes were made. I am not denying that, and I shall personally ensure that this is looked into. You have my word. Your word, huh? Yasaka muses aloud, and upon the Satan's nod, she continued. Is that your only guarantee? Thinking on what they could offer, Sarah Fall was actually stuck, not that she showed it, as it was clear that the Kyoto Yukai faction has gained something recently, and whatever it is, has given them enough of a backbone that they would risk standing against them. Probably the Twilight Alliance, however that has yet to be confirmed by her. They are unwilling to concede anything, not even information, and threatening them will be paramount in driving the wedge between them towards irreversible harm. Knowing those war hawks on the council, they won't like this stance of the Yukai, and will likely try push back. Blackmail, threats, accidents, across the territory, or maybe even an attempt on her opposite's life directly. No doubt Bale will want to dispatch a show of strength for daring to stand against them. Sarah Fall's thoughts were cut through by her counterpart, Yasaka, stating, Listen, Sarah Fall, we won't take your people by your words, nor tolerate further transgressions. We are a sovereign state with our own rules and laws. We have been gentle in our approach up until now, however the continued crimes committed by yours against mine has gone too far. Narrowing her eyes, Sarah Fall asked tightly. We are only aiming for peaceful coexistence. A thick binding file was dropped on the desk before and halted her words. Looking back at the golden-eyed woman, the Satan asks, Is this a case file we have collected on the Nibirius house? Yasaka informed sharply, and as Sarah Fall reached for it, another was dropped atop it, half the size, and the vixen added. This one has the case file against the Phoenix house. A third file was dropped, matching the second, and Yasaka stares blankly. This has information on several of your houses, including the ones of all four Satans. Sarah Fall's sharp breath and was noted. Even her guards were shocked looking at the thick bindings on the evidence placed before them. Yasaka was standing over them with a careful expression, but decided to jolt them to action and retrieved a certain list from the desk's edge. When the short Satan noticed the papers the vixen was holding while staring dead at her, Sarah Fall asked hesitantly, as she wasn't really sure she wanted to know. And that? This? Yasaka commented, lifting the papers for a few moments and paused. After that she just presented them to the devil. It took a long moment before Sarah Fall took it, and immediately hated that she was curious. Each paper had a profile, Peri Citri and her peerage. A list of crimes in relation to the Yukai. This included entrapment of employees, inflicting life-threatening injuries, operating illegally within Yukai territory, and intent to extort. Currently being detained. Paulian Citri and his peerage. Grievous bodily harm on multiple agents of the Yukai, torture of agents of the Yukai, failure to comply with orders to stand down, and attempted fleeing of agents of the Yukai. There were also charges of aggravated assault, entrapment, extortion, and the infliction of life-threatening injuries. Operating illegally within Yukai territory. Killed in the field. Curious Nibirius and peerage. He and one of his peerage members' lives, the rest killed in self-defense. His crimes were listed, and it was a long list. Everything from biological terrorism, illegal experimentation and torture, to corpse desecration, resisting arrest, banned drug trafficking, underage prostitution, and swearing at a minor. Highest level security prison, pending trial. Julia Phoenix and peerage. All killed in battle against Yukai agents attempting to apprehend. Crimes listing from arson and destruction of natural habitats, attempted wildfire creation, multiple accounts of second-degree murder, desecration of an enforcement agent's corpse, aggravated assault, and resisting arrest. Those were the names that jumped out at the Satan, but the names of all their contacts, informants and spies were listed with their relative charges. All around espionage and fratricidal crimes. Seems they were all caught without a doubt. Each profile had names, dates, and enough personal information to more than just suggest these were bluffs. Sarah Fall knew it too. This was forcing them to confront this directly or risk further embarrassment and further punitive action. They weren't allies, not yet at least, and their only official treaty being the governance of K. It was supposed to be a building block for greater relations, and now, potentially, their last hope of not creating a new enemy. One strong enough to make them stop and think. with the backing of both the Heaven faction and the Grigori under the Twilight Accords, that they are being elusive about. It is safe to say that any conflict, regardless of size, will be costly. It seems to Seraphol that her mission to the Eastern faction is looking more like a necessity. Taking a deep breath as she looks up from the sheets of paper, Seraphol looks at the stern face of the Kyoto Yukai leader's visage and stated firmly, "Lady Yasaka, I can assure you that we had no hand in these crimes against you or your people. At our last meeting, we four Satans made it abundantly clear to leave the Yukai alone. I do not care for your phony truths, empty promises, or your words," Yasaka declared bluntly, arms folded under her impressive bust and eyes hard. She continued, "What I care about, Seraphol, is that your faction start respecting the boundaries of others and that justice is given for the crimes against our own. I will see to it," Seraphol insisted, but Yasaka just scoffed before adding, "Actions speak louder than words, Seraphol. Your faction's actions show that you do not care about anything other than your own. You do not respect others, yet expect them to respect you in return. That's not. Then prove me wrong," Yasaka orders sharply, glaring hard, and at that the Devil's Guards step forward, only for two masked shinobi to appear from seemingly nowhere either side of the kyubi, in defensive formation. Seraphol, recognizing their uniforms from descriptions, jumped up from her seat and was about to say something, but was beaten to it. "Lady Yasaka, is everything okay in here?" All eyes looked to the door where none other than Azazel stood, leaning against the door frame with his arms crossed and face stern. Snapping out of her surprise, Yasaka nodded and replied, "Yes, fine, thank you, Azazel-san." But something about him put her at ease, unlike normally feeling off by his mere proximity. Nodding, Azazel then looked to the Devil Guards, then to Seraphol and asked, "Lady Leviathan, mind telling your guards to settle down? These are talks, right? Polite talks, right?" Seraphol glances to her two guards briefly, both stepping back to her sides, before looking back at the Governor-General of the Grigori and asking, "Azazel-san, to what do we owe the pleasure of your presence?" Shrugging lazily, Azazel didn't move but instead commented, "Oh, you know, I was nearby in Korea and was told that I forgot some paperwork Benemian needed for something. Came to get it signed so she'll get off my ass about it. Did not expect to find you here of all people." Nodding, Seraphol asks next, "Are you sure it isn't because of the Twilight Accords?" Blinking olishly, Azazel asks while looking confused. "Twilight Accords? What's that?" While he held their attention, one of the masked shinobi handed over a scroll to Yasaka, who read it and had to bite her lip to not laugh. It made sense now, why Azazel felt different to her senses. Because it wasn't Azazel. "Then, why are you attempting to get an alliance with the Yukai?" Seraphol presses, dragging the vixen's attention to the ongoing discussion. Azazel sighed tightly before offering, "What? You guys are the only one allowed to negotiate territory now or something?" Seraphol's eyes narrowed, asking carefully, "You want a city like we do with K?" Shrugging, Azazel offered, "Thought it could be interesting. There must be a reason why you guys did, right?" Before the Satan could rebuttal, Yasaka cut in, "Azazel-san, please, that is for later. I am sure you want your documentation signed, yes?" Getting a nod from the fallen seraphim, the vixen continued, "Then, please wait out there and let me finish this meeting up. It won't be too long." "Very well, Lady Yasaka." Azazel pushing off the doorframe before commenting, "My guards will remain at your side, assuming you don't mind?" "I do not. We have finished the important stuff, so it is no bother." Yasaka reports, and he nodded, reaching for the handle and closing the door as he left. Just enough corrupted holy power could be felt to feel him sitting there. Seraphol glanced between the two masked fallen now flanking Yasaka before looking to the vixen directly and stating, "Thank you for seeing me today, Lady Yasaka. Despite your obviously tight schedule." Offering a stiff nod, Yasaka was smirking internally at the thoughtful ploy the Nightwings had pulled off by simply being present without officially being present. On the other side of the table, Seraphol was more than a little nervous. Even at this range, she couldn't sense these guardsmen of Azazel's. They were still like statues, and the mask and cloak combo hid any identifiable clues to their identities. This made them impossible to try and find later on for capturing or elimination. A well-thought-out strategy and expected of a man like Azazel to protect his newest elite forces. The Satan continued. I shall bring this up with my fellow Satans and ensure your grievances are looked into and acted upon. I assure you of that. Actions speak louder than words, Seraphal. Yasaka stated that with a tungsten-clad resolve. After getting a nod, she added, But we will be watching. You will not be disappointed. Seraphal said in return, moving to turn around when Yasaka informed. You can keep those profiles. They are copies. Nodding in thanks, Seraphal put them away, then Yasaka added. As for Ku. The Satan stiffened, eyes hardened, but the vixen just smirked. I said we were watching. Our agreement stands regarding the town, however I will dispatch 2 overseers to the school. They will only observe and not interfere with the town's management. And why, exactly, would you do that? Seraphal spoke monotone to hide her anger and worry around the prospect of her sister being in the firing line. To ensure that the agreement is upheld, obviously. Yasaka spoke as if it was just that, obvious. This entire meeting spoke of how the Yukai no longer trusted the words of the devils, was it not? Taking a breath, the Satan of diplomatic affairs pushed aside her concerns for now, Seraphal informing. Then why should we allow that? Simple, you want to prove us wrong, then let us see if your next generation is any different. Yasaka commented, and now the importance of that township just jumped up a few times, Seraphal observed. After a moment, the Satan responded with, Who do you intend to send? I will need to see profiles and... It wouldn't be much of an observation if you knew who they were, would it? Yasaka countered with a sweet smile that annoyed the devil. Seraphal, however, pushed back and asked, How do we know they are not a threat? Oh, well, the thing is, they will be. Yasaka stated blankly, causing the devil stiffening as she explained. Just as your 2 heiresses are. They will be 2, however, they will be under strict orders to allow no harm to fall upon them at their own hands. The vixen's eyes narrowed dangerously, speaking clipped. Unlike yours, my own follow my decrees. Frowning, internally of course, Seraphal offered a soft nod. This could work to their benefit depending on how her sister and her best friend handle this. They are in a tough position here in Japan, and if they want to make a dent in it, Ku is now their best option. Eventually, the Satan replied carefully. Very well. I shall pass the message along to the relevant parties. Nodding, Yasaka says. Then, let's say, 3 months we shall have a review of the happenings? Sounds reasonable. Seraphal reports and meant it. Depending on the reports, they may be able to trace the information back to the agents in question and get them vetted extensively. If a threat, they could handle it quietly. Good. Until then. Yasaka replied, and Seraphal nodded before leaving. Opening the door revealed the governor leaning up against the opposite wall, talking with a white-haired Nikomata with 3 tails. But also, there were another 2 masked and cloaked individuals flanking the door. Offering a nod, Seraphal moved off down the hall with her 2 escorts close behind, and the governor and his companions watched until a throat clearing caught their attention. Yasaka was in the doorway and called them both in. Come in, you 2. We need to speak. Stepping inside the office, Azazel and Yuma take the seats offered before Yasaka began speaking bluntly. I need a team to head to Ku to monitor the devil heiresses there. Blinking owlishly, Azazel asked. You sure? Nodding, Yasaka offered back. The agreement we have with the devils handed over governance of the town to them on a temporary basis. With the heightened tensions right now, I want to ensure they are following the letter of the agreement. Which is? Yuma asks with a sigh. That was a really stupid move in her honest opinion, but voicing it would only go badly and might give her more work to do. Just send me a copy. Azazel informed, and Yasaka nodded, before adding. 2 prominent houses, the Gremri and Satiri, currently hold joint control over the area and their heiresses attend school there. I want eyes on their actions and regular reports. Undercover operation? Yuma asked, brows and hairline and upon the vixen's nod, Azazel offered after a moment of thought. What's the school age or whatever? The incoming year will be 15-year-olds. Yasaka informed and Azazel nodded before Yuma offered. And Lee then? Drawing all eyes to her, and so she explained. Their credentials are all based outside of Kyoto. Less obvious as no doubt the devils will run background checks on the incoming students. Makes sense. Yasaka commented in thought, but then looks to Azazel and asked. Is it possible to get a Nightwing or two there also? Leaning back in his chair, Azazel thought on it, and shared looks with the masked guys in the room. After a moment, he nodded and offered. Well, as Yuma-san stated, we'll have to create a believable backstory for them and an ironclad trail that is both believable and wholly appropriate for them to trace. Can you do it? Yasaka presses and after nods shared with the masked ones, Azazel replied. Sure, got the two in mind now, actually. Sighing in relief, Yasaka nodded in gratitude before offering gently. Good, though, can you come to my shrine later? I have a few things to discuss with you. Nodding, Azazel stood and offered. Sure, but right now we need to get back. Thanks for coming. Azazel-kun. Yasaka offered a cheeky smirk and wink, earning a chuckle from the Governor-General, as he exits. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. Sighing out as he entered, Naruto was followed in by his girlfriends, the Inuzuka, and Sakura. They just got back from playing dress-up to put pressure on the devil faction, and now had to handle this very personal matter of their pack. Dropping onto his chair heavily, he looks around the room as Ino took up her place at his right side directly, Cheyenne opposite, the Inuzuka women on the couch off on the left, and Kiba with Sakura on the right love seat. Only the Inuzuka women knew what was going on, having been told previously, so all eyes were on him, feeling the side-eye from his kunoichi girlfriend. After a tight breath, Naruto began. Okay, this conversation has been something we have all probably realized needed to happen, but other things were just more important. That was certainly an interesting opening. Kiba's gentle caressing of Sakura's lower back, who was sitting on his lap sideways, stopped in confusion, and he voices it. What kind of conversation? Yet it was his sister who answered, Hana stating flatly. The fact that we have only 2 males left in the Inuzuka pack. That surprised only Sakura and Cheyenne. Naruto and Kiba just nodded before the former looked to Hana while saying, Exactly. As I have told you beforehand, Hana, I am in love with Inoheim, and she is my first. Cheyenneheim is next, someone I hold close and never intend to let go as my second love. As such, you must clear them both. Ino nodded seriously, despite the flaming cheeks she donned, though the smirk of pride was missed by none. Cheyenne too was smiling softly. Hana nodded stiffly, before looking to Ino and saying, He did indeed tell us that, Ino-san. We do not wish to take him from you. As a pack, he has led us to our greatest triumphs and through our darkest days. The feral nature of our hearts that has grown far more prominent since we came here tells us that we are his. Ino rose a hand, silencing the woman having connected the dots and voicing her inquiries. So, your changes make you more like wolves or… Kinda. Yoshi replied somewhat bashfully, scratching the back of her head before adding. Just that we all really crave Naruto-sama's attention. And pups. Ascari added on swiftly, yet none batted an eye. Though, again, Cheyenne did gain a slight red hue to her cheeks but remained silent. Which will cause a lot of problems. Sakura chimed in here, drawing all eyes to her calculating face, her medical mind running at full as she reports. If your goal is to repopulate the Inuzuka clan, then, having only 2 lines of males, heavily strewed to one side too. Exactly. Naruto commented before looking to his first girlfriend, and adding. Assuming my beautiful girlfriend here accepted. Ino knew full damn well he was laying it on thick, but did not care as that damn smile was aimed at her, and she felt like an innocent schoolgirl again, twirling her finger in her long free hair and blushing prettily. He better ravage her later for this. We'd be faced with a different issue in a generation or two. Naruto continued, turning back to the room as a whole. Sakura was quick to point out the larger picture. As true as that may be, Naruto, but the larger picture also suggests a lot more than just that. Drawing all eyes to her, so she explains. I was examining Ruka-san before we came here. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Sakura informed. The pregnant woman Rimi-chan saved. Seeing their nods of understanding, she continued calmly. Something seems odd. From the reactions of the other fallen, I learnt that fertility levels among their race is low, pregnancies even more rare. Looking from Naruto to the Inuzuka, Sakura continued. This is a preliminary report and I haven't looked too deeply into it yet, but personally, I haven't noticed anything different with my cycles. Neither have we. Hana reports, looking over her kinsman then back at Naruto, who glances to Ino, then to Cheyenne then landing back on Sakura and stated. Paired with what we also know about the situation with the depletion of numbers. His pink-haired teammate nodded grimly to that trail of thought, and soon 2 very low growls rumbled through the room. Eventually, Naruto whispered. Look into it, Sakura, but I want this done discreetly and all information is to be classified to everyone. No one beyond the Nightwings can hear of it. Not even him. Naruto confirmed firmly. This could spiral way out of control if what Sakura suspects is true. If they retain their human levels of fertility while being a fallen angel. The game has changed and his female comrades will have targets on their backs. Clearing her throat delicately, Ino spoke to break the sudden tension and staring at Hana. You want to be with my boyfriend, correct? Upon the Inuzuka's nod, she asked further. All of you? This time the 5 nod in unison, she frowned internally. Though Ino found herself being informed via telepathy and up the tick rate, as this feels like a long talk oncoming. Subsequently, to her and Naruto they find themselves experiencing a duality as perception slows while their minds began to race. Naruto speaking softly. Think of it more like a relationship between Hana and me. Not all 5 of them, though I will likely take them on dates and such. She alone feels like she has no choice, seeing as the only other male is her actual brother. I get that, Naruto, I really do, but first it was Samui, now it's Hana. I won't say that I understand you, Ino. You're smarter than that, and I know you'd glare me into next week if I tried. Naruto commented and felt her mental grin of victory, as she looks to him physically, he looking back at her too. Their mental discussion was happening at higher speeds than physical ones. So to everyone else, not even a second had gone by since Ino spoke to them. After a sigh, Naruto continued telepathically. However, even you said it yourself. I can handle it. You, Ino, will always be my first, my last, my forever, and none of them will take that from you or me. Bashfully shyly, Ino twiddled her fingers mentally and donned a very prominent flush to her cheeks, looking away from Naruto's mental representation as she whispered mentally. That almost sounds like a proposal. His mental representative's eyes widened and again, it took not even a fraction of a second for him to grin and ask. Well, if you want it to be? I mean, what about the Yamanaka clan? The mood swiftly and quietly changed. Her no topic just came up. But Ino knew this had to be done and thus, powered through with a tight voice. It's dead, Naruto. I am the last one and no matter how much I wish to change it. It can't. But if I join yours then, they will still live on, right? As long as we don't forget them. The silence went on for what felt like a lifetime within their highly accelerated mental existence. The two just stared for a while before Naruto offered. The insignia, the bush clover can represent us both, right? She looked to him, eyes wide and asked with tears. Are you? I am sure, Ino. Naruto spoke warmly, smiled gentle, and he offered calmly. After all, I know it's time to leave the Uzumaki swirl behind. It's done enough. 2 villages are enough. He sounded tired saying that. His clan symbol had really been all over. First his clan, then Yuzashio's symbol and adopted by the leaf after the fall of his clan. It's seen the start of the shinobi world and the end. Even the first generation of their current uniforms donned it. They are on their second generation and, depending on what company, holds a different kanji. The third will likely come with the Yamanaka bush or blank for the wearer to add their own. Just like his girlfriend, Naruto recognizes that the Uzumaki clan has come to an end. Its legacy may continue, but it won't be forgotten. You're right. Ino sniffled mentally, despite externally her eyes have only just began to well with tears as she continues. Then, later, let's get back. Naruto informs and feels his mind and consciousness return to normal. Ino immediately wiped her face and looked away as he spoke with a heaviness to his tone that wasn't there prior. We, understand the situation, but until Shika and Temari get back, there is nothing we can do. So, keep this between us until then. Everyone nodded, despite the light confusion as to what had caused the two blondes to become suddenly really emotional. Naruto then said, Sakura, please focus on the fertility issue until the other team gets back. Nodding, Sakura reports back softly. I understand. What about us guys? Kiba asked firmly, arms crossed now, and that caused a sense of pause before Hana broke it. It would be better safe than sorry. One thing at a time. Naruto orders and both fall silent. He looks to Sakura and nodded. She returned it. As she got up, Kiba was pulled to his feet and the meeting ended. Despite the promise of a wild night, Naruto would hold Ino as she cried for the loss of her clan for the first time. His own acceptance of his own clan was pushed aside. After all, he didn't grow up with them, nor did he know much about them, having only met fellow orphans in the same boat as himself. Grigori Headquarters, Azazel's office. The eight-winged fallen woman by the name of Sakarya stood before her boss in his office. Her slim form was far more tempered to most her kin. Long lacy black hair that fell down her back and over her shoulders, that lacked the normal spiked pads. She never liked them, so never used them. Her olive skin was flawless, her cute face as alluring as any of her fellows, and vibrant yellow eyes were locked down with her strict focus as she was about to receive her new orders. On the opposite side of the desk, the Governor-General of the Grigori, Azazel, stared back at her with a face just as serious. With arms crossed, the fallen seraphim spoke calmly. Sakarya-chan. Tamiel and Naruto have agreed to your transfer from the 10th to the 1st Legion. Smiling, Sakarya nodded, and he continued. As such, you will be on standby until Kuratsuchi arrives to collect their new devices, and she will guide you back there. You are not to mention or talk about it until you arrive at their headquarters. I understand, Azazel-sama. Sakarya responded with a nod. He nodded back and then added, I am sure you are aware of the fact that you are the first transfer and non-original member to the unit. A lot is riding on this, on you. I do understand and won't let you, myself, or the Grigori down, sir. Sakarya stated firmly. After all, she was interested in a certain white-haired swordsman. Her failure will reflect badly on him, and no doubt, cast her into a negative light with her soon-to-be cadre's eyes. Little did Sakarya know, but her inclusion in the Nightwing will be a blessing for both angel races, but also a curse too that will directly bring about one of the deadliest fights since the end of the Great War, involving all three biblical factions. Again, none knew this yet. Jinjigaku no Hai Saido, unnamed bar. Due to the low population, the only bar within the hidden shrine village lacks a name, and is normally rather vacant, due to everyone being busy with their duties. Its construction was done at the insistence of Wakino Isamu, member of the Stone Unit, and Chunin-level Shinobi. His family had once specialized in Iwagakure's legendary vodka, and he wanted a chance to carry on that legacy in this new world. His two younger siblings, both genin, and he were lucky to get caught in that chakra explosion that brought them here, but he's fine with it. For Wakino, his siblings' safety is his goal, and thankfully he trusted his gut, and like the others, is a proud Nightwing following beneath the last Kage of the elemental nations. Right now, though, he is serving the newcomers and non-Nightwing guests in his small establishment. He served them mainly the local variety, as he didn't think they could handle their stuff. Plus, he can keep an eye on them and listen into their talk. Chuckling, Tagaki looks to her baby brother and asks, So, Nishikiri-chan, how'd you end up running into Naruto-sama? Lowering down his orange/spirit drink, Nishiki pulled himself closer to the long table as the other Grigori members around it fell silent to listen in as the four-winged man explained. Well, Nei-chan, we were assigned to watch the heroes near Tokyo after that incident, right? They all nodded, his two sisters resting their arms on the table at his side and opposite as Nishiki reports. So we had to come down from the base in Sendai and link up with Motiki-san, as he was the leader appointed by Lady Benamian, I believe. That's true. Motiki commented into his raised cup, getting a nod from the youngster. After his throat cleared, the six-winged fallen continued. Apparently, Naruto-sama put in a good word for my unit. Probably reported to him from that captain we ran into, right guys? Looking over to his squad from back then, Hata responded first. Yeah, despite my rather rude introduction. Rude introduction? To who? Tagaki asked, sipping her own drink, but it was Amida who answered. We don't know her name. She never gave it. Describe her. Tagaki presses, twirling her glass now and staring at the purple-haired woman who hummed and announced. Well, straight blonde, killer rack. Oh. Tagaki clammed up and swallowed nothing hard. The whole table froze in response to that level of tension their six-winged compatriot suddenly had. It was broken by the guy behind the bar, drawing all eyes to Wakino's brown eyes and squarish face as he leans on the high bar, commenting gravely. You were rude to the commander of the Lightning Company, huh? Now the Grigori members tensed. A company leader has to have at least 8 wings, and those guys are normally nuts with power. Add the fact that she's a Nightwing. Oh boy. Relax, she's fine. Wakino added after letting them sweat it out, smiling the whole time as he stood back up and then explained. She's got a cold temperament, and only ever cares if you put your allies in danger due to recklessness. Apart from that, she doesn't care. Be glad it wasn't the Stone or Wind Company commanders. Those two you gotta be careful of insulting. The gathered group nodded and the Chunin chuckled before heading towards the back and ending with, I'll be in the back if you need anything. Thanks, Wakino-san. Tagaki replied and only sighed when he left, drawing the eyes of her fellows to her now serious face as she announces. Listen here. I've been here a few weeks now, so let me let you in on a few things. Getting nods from the table at hand, so Tagaki informs. Every single Nightwing has been trained since as early as 3 to kill using whatever they have on hand. Typically it's a long knife they call kunai. Super versatile, well balanced, and has been used by them for a long, long time. They all nod again so she doesn't stop. Even their weakest member can fight me to a standstill if I am not careful. Whoa. Hata commented, and the others nodded so Tagaki continued. When they train, they don't train for fun or to prove something. They train to kill and do so as quickly as possible. They don't care for chatting monologues, or the reason why you are standing against them. If they want you dead, you will be shortly. That's cold. Imiata whispers and a few offer her a glance, causing her to look up before saying, When he saved me after I went for that patrol to clear my head, you should have seen it. All eyes fell on her as, naturally they knew of that incident where their cadre took on a small army of heroes and disabled most without even moving. Imiata looked into her cup and began. I saw it in his eyes, it was so cold. His rage was cold. I watched the playfulness in his eyes evaporate when he saw me being dragged out and in chains, replaced with cold rage. She shudders for a moment, then blushed like a fire truck and whispered. It was such a turn on seeing him ruthlessly tear them apart with those chains. They are all like that. Tagaki informed, regaining her fellow's attention upon her face of utmost seriousness. Glancing around the large table of over a dozen fallen angels, she tries to impress this upon them. The Nightwings are calm and casual people normally. However, when they enter what I learned they call mission mode, they turn cold, ruthless, and locked in to kill whatever faces them. Even in training. Tagaki's sharp gaze swept across them all, resting on her two siblings and stating, Under no circumstances should you act as flippant as you normally would. They can and will put you in your place with little effort. Do not impose on the men, and most definitely do not attempt anything on the women. Eyes darkened and she reiterated. Touch them, and if they don't kill you, their men will. It will be swiftly dealt, but purposefully painful. They all swallowed hard at that, plenty of shared glances, and this cemented the fact that they were truly in the midst of the premier fighting force of their own kind. Kyoto, Imperial Palace. A week later. Nei-chan, am I really getting promoted if I pull this off? Hanabi states, walking at her brother's side through the palace. Sighing for the nth time, Naruto replied with a glance to the young Hyuga. Yes, Hanabi. This is certainly an S-rank mission. Paired that with everything else, I will put this as a fair test of your ability. She nodded before pulling on her now blonde hair and asking. But is this necessary? I am not sure how I feel about this. Yet it was their other Nightwing who spoke, Shizuka commented. Oh, come on, Hanabi-chan. You look like genuine siblings now. That seal took him a long time to personalize for your chakra signature. Sighing dramatically, the now sunshine blonde, cerulean blue featureless-eyed Hanabi shook her head and replied. It isn't that I don't like it, but it's weird. It's an undercover mission. Naruto reminds as they reach the office they were here for. He looks to her and stated. So, for now you are Hanabi Namikaze. School kid, and you will be attending a school deep within enemy territory. A big job. Think you can handle it? Taking a deep breath, hands joined and lifting then dropping with the act, Hanabi inclined her head slowly before replying. I can, Nei-chan. But you promised me weekend visits. And I don't go back on my words. Naruto reaffirmed firmly, smiling softly, and so the youngest nods. Shizuka patted the younger girl's head while offering. You know, Hanabi-chan, I will be right beside you too. Looking over at the kunoichi, Hanabi nodded and watched as Naruto pushed the office door open to lead them in. Inside the office the expected people were there. Just as discussed prior, Ai and Lee were present. Yuma standing with them. Yasaka was sitting at her desk with Tialara and Sei at her sides. Though, the unexpected member present was the Kitsune Yaja, who waved at Kadre with a casual, Yo, sensei. Yaja. I assume you are here for this mission brief too. Naruto commented as he came to stop before the desk and watched the three Kitsune nod along, with Yasaka announcing. I wanted oversight for the team. Can I assume Shizuka-san is here for the same purpose? I am, Lady Yasaka. Shizuka replied with a light bow of her head. Naruto was swift to add. I will be checking in on them every weekend. Just in case. Yasaka nodded, glad they were not taking this lightly. Then again, they never do. After a glance over the group, she began. Lee Hanabi. We are sending you to a small town called K. You will be attending the academy there, currently being attended by the siblings of 2 of the 4 Satans. Getting nods from the young trio, the QB continued. You will be within Devil territory. As such, we will be deploying both Shizuka-san and Yaja-san as your backup. Your mission is simple. Observe the actions of the young devils and their peerages. Discretion is vital and to be maintained unless given orders directly from me or Naruto-kun. We suspect they will be on the lookout for Yukai. Naruto commented, drawing eyes to him and his hardened visage. He looks from his one-time student Kitsune to the twins and informing. As such, I will be outfitting you with special Nightwing issue seals that will mask your Yukai signature. They won't be able to sense your true nature, unless they touch you directly. With a raised hand, Yaja asks. Is that why we can't sense Hanabi-san's fallen signature? Why she feels human right now? It is. Naruto confirmed with a nod, folding his arms as he informed them. However, it will only mask it. If you start leaping off buildings, climbing walls without your hands, or performing your yujitsu, you will be noticed. Keep that in mind. The Yukai all nod to that, so he added. That being said, this is the first time outsiders will be outfitted with our gear. Please protect it at all costs, and do not allow it to fall into enemy hands. Yasaka then asks. Is there anything you have to, maybe, protect against the threat of corruption? The gleam in Naruto's blue eyes could have been seen by a blind man, his grin smug as he announced. In fact, I do. Our research department has been studying the captured pieces and has isolated the activation triggering requirements. Pulling out a set of 5 black pieces of card, silver ink and intricate designs swirled across it, about the size of someone's palm, Naruto explains further. I was up for the last 2 nights getting these done. They are basic, rough, and crude, but these will block the reincarnation ritual's initialization. It will be painful, but will also alert any Nightwing nearby to the location. He shrugged at the end, but Yasaka nodded and says, That will be fine. Looking over the group with a smile, she added, Let's show the devils that we are not to be taken lightly. Jinjugaku no High Saido, Night Tower. The next day. Sighing, Naruto looks up at Shikamaru with tired eyes and asks, And you call me troublesome? Shikamaru sighed himself, glancing at his big-boned friend at his side and offered back. What can I say, exactly, they challenged him and now. Chuckling nervously, Choji offered bashfully. Didn't think they would challenge me like that. With their size and everything. Amused by the ongoing event, Temari, sitting on the sofa with a frowning red head, offered. It was a great display of courage, apparently. Great PR, but no doubt a headache in the diplomatic arena. I would pity you. But you are the one dealing with it. Naruto cut off the wind mistress, her smirk fading to disbelief as she snapped to the Kage who offered a cheeky grin. He continued, You are our chief diplomat, no? Or are you surrendering the title to Ko? I am sure. Temari quipped, glare fierce on her fellow blonde as she added, I will not deny Ko's skills, but he isn't anything on my level. Exactly why you should handle this marriage contract affair with Choji. Naruto replied back and she nodded firmly. Exact. Pausing, Temari realized that moment, and the trademark grin of the Kage just added to her festering anger. Growling, she bit out, Hi, Mitsukuji-sama. But to her annoyance, Naruto just nodded with a growing smile that reached his eyes instead of irking him back like normal. Damn it. This is for that time earlier with the name calling during that planning session. Damn it. Looking away from the firmly irritated Temari to the nervous Nara, Naruto then asked, So, besides Choji's potential marriage with Aoi-san, anything else to report? Shrugging, Shikamaru offered. Not particularly. Those kitsune are overeager to prove themselves. There are a few of the bear guys who want to learn from us too, and Yasaka didn't say no. Troublesome blonde. Naruto grumbled and the Nara nodded firmly, hands now entering his pockets as he drawled. It was a calm mission. No issues of any kind. Nodding his acceptance, Naruto fielded. Probably due to all the craziness we got up to. Drew a lot of attention without really meaning to, in all honesty. Troublesome blonde. Shikamaru muttered and Naruto glared at him, snipping back. In my defense, those idiot heroes ambushed me. Karui and Temari snorted, Shikamaru chuckled and Choji shook his head in disbelief. Naruto nodded to their reactions and added, Yeah, and to make matters worse, they kidnapped one of those fallen guys under my command to try force my surrender. Been meaning to ask about them. Shikamaru said and he got a nod so he does. How long they here for? Shrugging, Naruto responded. Originally, they were here to hide away from a devil envoy. Now though, they are kinda just trying to learn how to fight under Chojuro. They're pretty basic combat-wise, compared to us, at least. Well, we are apparently a rare case. Choji commented, getting nods from the room. Naruto sighed lightly, as he leaned back in his chair as he informed them. More than you know, Choji. We have another potentially dangerous situation on our hands, that is classified to the highest degree. Double S rank? Shikamaru asks and upon the Black Bang Blonde's nod, he mutters. How bad? The short of it. Naruto began, looking towards the two ladies on the couch and finishing. Our women may be just as fertile as human women are, but with the benefits of being fallen angels. Both Temari and Shikamaru caught on immediately, one paling and the other groaning, respectively. The Uzumaki nodded as the Nara replied. When will Sakura be done with the report? She wants another few days to finish it up. Naruto commented, getting nods, but adds. However, there will be gaps as we don't actually know if we men are under the same circumstances or not. So, unless one of us end up knocking up a member of the Grigori or, let's say, a Yukai, we won't know for sure. With the worst case being all of our kunoichi being prime targets. Shikamaru muttered and Naruto nodded, with now Karui paling having now caught on. The Uzumaki responded. I am working on a few seals to protect our own, but with the backlog in T&I. Why not get Shizuka too? Temari began, but Naruto shook his head and stated. She's preparing for a deep cover mission in Devil Territory with Hanabi. Anko will be back in a week or two, depending on how the next few days go. I am now even more apprehensive about her mission due to this. Isolated and vulnerable. No doubt. Shikamaru commented. Choji was quick to correct him. I doubt anyone would dare say that to her face. Preach. Naruto, Karui, and Temari comment in unison and the Nara shudders at the thought. After a moment, Shikamaru looks at his friend's eyes directly. What about Ino? Needed some time off. Naruto commented slightly bashfully, looking away from the accusations within the dark eyes of the Nara and chuckles from Temari. He then said, She'll be back come tomorrow, probably. You're insatiable, Naruto. Shikamaru muttered and the Kage shrugged, Naruto retorting. Her fault this time. Trust me. Troublesome blondes, the pair of you. Shikamaru griped, face-palming and got a cheeky smile from the guy at the other side of the desk. Naruto commented with a nod. And proud of it, Shika. Abruptly, he perked up and gaze grew distant slightly, which told the Nara that it was time to go. Sighing, Shikamaru stated. We'll shower and get some food, sleep and stuff. Then tackle this tomorrow. His gaze refocusing, Naruto nodded as he stood from his seat. Good idea. Though, I am escorting Hanabi and Shizuka to mission tomorrow. It'll be a few hours long as we're going via the civilian route. After they all left, Naruto slid into his side room to find a wet-haired Ino drying off said wet hair, sitting on the bed and still very much naked beneath a single towel around her torso. That soon changed as he shut the door, and she looked up at him and smiled. Ino whispered mentally. Who was that? Shika's group just got back. Apparently, that bear clan has eyes on Choji. Naruto replied in kind and with a voice that was soft and gentle. Since her breakdown, Ino literally hasn't said a word aloud. Just speaking via telepathy, and hasn't left this room either, and no, she hasn't let him sleep at all either. With amusement in her cornflower blue eyes, Ino replied with pride in her mental tone, hands on hip. Of course they would be. Choji's a great guy and they'd be lucky to snag him. Chuckling aloud, Naruto nodded as he took off his Jonin vest and placed it on the table, his back to her while he replied. Stuck it with Temari to deal with. I got that mission with Hanabi and Shizuka to deal with tomorrow morning. I'll be gone a few hours, a day at most. There was a pause as he turned back to her and again, Ino went to smile but got the look from him and the fakeness was dropped. She nodded as her voice echoed in his head. I guess my escape ends tonight then, huh? Dropping to his knee before her naked form on the edge of the bed, Naruto took up both her hands and spoke aloud. Ino, nothing worth having is easy. Heck, look at us. How far we have come. Thinking on that, Ino couldn't fault that line of thought and went to object, but he did so physically. Back in the academy, I thought you were just that bossy girl who was always trying to fight against Sakura. A mental huff from her finds him smirking, tacking on. And looking beautiful while doing so. Ino nodded to that, pleased with the work she's put in showing results. Shaking his head in amusement, Naruto continued. It's okay to fall, Ino. Everyone does at one point or another. As long as you remember to stand again, you will do yourself. He suddenly stiffened, Ino a moment later both looking to the door, and the woman sighed, mentally again before commenting. What does forehead end? Get dressed. Naruto ordered, standing to his feet without looking away from the door and with such a commanding tone, that Ino's retort died on conception. His face when he looked back at her, securing her top, going braless as she plans on finishing her list after this, put her on edge. He whispered mentally. I have a really bad feeling all of a sudden. In the office again, Naruto sits at the desk with Ino at his side when the knock came. Enter. In came the expected duo, but when Sakura locked the door, inadvertently activating the new privacy seal Naruto had put in last week, Ino glanced to the nervous Naruto. She could only tell he was due to their mental connection, as he's seemingly gotten better at hiding or suppressing his tells. Thankfully, Sakura spoke without preamble. I have the report, and it isn't worst-case scenario. Due to lack of data, though. Naruto corrected, and hesitantly, Sakura nodded before offering. However, I can confirm that we aren't affected by the others' fertility issues. Are you sure? Naruto asks on behalf of Ino. She still hasn't spoke a word, and it seems Sakura recognized that and looked to her best friend and nodded, claiming in short order. You haven't felt any difference in your cycles either, right? Upon Ino's head shake, the medic nodded, then gestured to the woman standing next to her, and announced. The only exception is Samui-chan here as... She paused as Samui stepped forward, eyes fixated on the blues of Naruto's as he stood up and cleared the desk. He ignored Ino's mental calls to him, and upon reaching the former Kumo Kunoichi, her hand immediately reached for his cheek and his to hers. For the first time, outsiders bore witness to the strange phenomenon that appeared between Naruto and Samui. Ino got a better read on it as she could feel the exchange of chakra and thoughts, subconscious thoughts. This is weird and makes no sense. His wind nature is being matched by his tertiary lightning and in line with the others. She could also sense the same within Samui, but an overall buff in all her natures that matched his. But the lightning, they're synchronizing. Resonating with one another, strengthening the other, and creating a subconscious link to some kind. This is fascinating, Ino thought to herself, focusing on this connection she hadn't known about. She herself had never gone down this far within her fiancé's mind since before he lost Kurama. Sakura's own senses were not much help until they both blinked in unison and began to pull away their hands. Intense sparks of lightning arched from their fingers and palms, running up their chakra network and into their cores. Samui's, though, from what she was sensing, Naruto's chakra that seeped into hers split in two, with half settling in her core, the other two. Blinking out of it, Naruto whispered. That disturbance. Nodding, Samui whispered the words Sakura was going to until she interrupted. I am pregnant, yes. Kutown, Namake's estate. The following day. Naruto! Shizuka poked the black bang blonde in the ribs to break him from his thoughts, again, and snapped him back to the room. Snapping to her, Naruto rose a brow and asked. Sorry, did you say something? Sighing, the Nadeshiko Kunoichi asked him. Are the seals all done? Blinking owlishly, Naruto looked back at the corner where his intricate seal work was painted flawlessly, and he nodded, replying swiftly. Ah, yeah? It's done. Just need to activate it and apply everyone's chakra signatures to its exception list. Climbing to his feet as he spoke and turned back to see everyone staring at him expectantly. Ignoring that for now, Naruto led Shizuka to the middle of the room to the others and stood within the circle he had painted earlier. The center of a very powerful seal array that will mask and shield them from external forces. Effectively a scaled-down version of the one around the village without the visual masking and more subtle effects in place. There is also a single tunnel of sorts to allow transportations via magic circle or Hirishin. Both coded to the Nightwing's unique chakra-laced magic, obviously, as it leads directly to the village and back. After a quick glance at the others, Naruto goes through the required 12 hand signs before calling out. Sealing art, barrier activation. A very, very subtle pulse of magic-laced chakra rippled through the script surrounding them, and the others also channeled their chakra. When all was said and done, Naruto smirked while nodding and said, Working as anticipated. You got to teach me this stuff, sensei. Yaju commented, looking over the fading script. The twins nodded too, as it seemed intriguing and powerful too. Chuckling, Naruto shrugged before pointing to Hanabi and saying, Only after I finish teaching my adorable little sister. She's my only student right now, And I want to make sure she's the best she can be. Hanabi looked away from him, huffing in annoyance despite her reddening cheeks. He had barely paid attention to her since they left, and now he dares say such things. Stupid Nichan. Bringing the teen into a one-arm hug anyway, Naruto looked over the others, all equipped with the same transformation seal he developed for Hanabi on their persons. An eye has gone for black hair and brown eyes. Lee, as always, is the opposite of her sister. Both looking incredibly human with their yukai features pulled in. Yasuo has just used the seal to appear human to magical sensory. He still had his gray hair and black eyes, but he does look a bit older than before, Naruto muses. Shizuka, much like Yasuo, hasn't actually changed at all. But as she likes to remind everyone after about 5 seconds of silence, her stunningly bold emerald eyes had to be replaced by a more common black. She still has her killer body, round face, and flowing hair down her back, but she pouts in front of Naruto a lot to make it clear she misses her natural eyes. In truth, it's to try and break him from the slump he's been in since before they left home this morning. She has no idea what is wrong or why, but he seemed distracted and thoughtful the entire journey to Ku. Shizuka had hoped to use this opportunity to make inroads into his innermost circle. Nothing as of yet, but this assignment is long. Ku Town, Ku Academy. The group of 6 approached the gates of the ever-prestigious and newly rebuilt Ku Academy at a steady, civilian pace. They stood out a bit, seeing as they had 2 blondes among them, but nothing could be helped as they looked like 2 mixed-race kids. The younger girl was also clinging to the older one that suggested they were siblings. Probably half Americans. They were all in casual civilian attire otherwise, with any combat gear sealed and visually concealed seals painted onto their skin with discreet ink. All to prevent the likelihood of being caught out or for others to see a tattoo and call them out for being delinquents. Though, Anianli, are thinking about doing just that. It may be fun. Reaching the gate, they were greeted by the teaching staff who asked them for their paperwork. Naruto produced it, and upon reading it, the teachers looked to the young 3 girls. So it is you 3 signing up? All 3 girls nodded and the woman smiled before gesturing inside. Please follow me to the office. It was here, where their cover must now be maintained at all costs. Shizuka made her carefully planned ploy and took up Naruto's hand as they stepped into the school's grounds. Shocked for all of a heartbeat by his friend's action, Naruto gave the swiftest glance all around, which revealed most the men, adult and teen, were staring at his subordinate hanging off his arm now. However, so was one of the observation targets. Thus, he could not make a scene by pulling away or rejecting her. Damn, well played, Shizuka. Well played. Taking up her hand in his, feigning nonchalance, Naruto followed after his siblings, with his apparent partner on his arm and friend at his side, knowing full well that up on the window of the main building, an almost familiar set of eyes were watching them slowly approach. Their disguises are perfect, and it is probably just passing intrigue, but all 6 knew this is quite literally the lion's den. In said window, the 2 Ravenettes looked down upon the new group approaching the building to sign up for admission into the school. President, do they catch your eye? No, not particularly. Though the 2 blondes were certainly eye-catching. Tsubaki, their magic power is barely mid-wizardry level. The now named Tsubaki nodded before offering. But the 2 boys look strong, no? Nodding, the shorter of the 2 concedes the point. They do and have more magic power than the other 4, but it seems they are not signing themselves to attend. A missed opportunity, perhaps. However, we must tread carefully. You remember what my sister told us about the yukai? Tsubaki nodded stiffly, adjusting her blue half-rimmed glasses before responding. That we are under observation now, due to the Nibirius, Phoenix and... glancing to her master's frame before finishing. Citri houses and actions of their members. Offering a stiff nod to that, without looking away from the many students and parents approaching the school, Sona Shitori, secretly Sona Citri, offered nothing readable on her face. The slim-figured, 5'5", bespectacled girl was the school council president. Her signature black hair was in a short bob cut, and her violet eyes sat behind her glasses. Like her best friend, she came here in hopes of filling out her peerage with powerful sacred gear users and happens to be the highest concentration of said users. Now though, they have to be careful as it is clear that the Yukai community are not fond of the evil peace system, nor their faction's inability to follow their word. With a sigh, Sona looks to her Queen Peace and says, "Tsubaki, we need to do an in-depth analysis of this intake of students, and weed out any possible potentials along with suspected Yukai spies." And that concludes part 4 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the Shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed The Fallen Legion, File 1, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to Havoc-Teir, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.